effective health care interventions can be developed. Part of our problem as mental health specialists is to deal the effects of our rapidly changing world, which is unparalleled by any other time in history. The first discussion is with Dr. Morton Beiser, who is Associate Professor of Social Psychiatry at the Harvard School of Public Health, Department of Behavioral Sciences. In this discussion, we attempt to delineate some of the differences in reactions to stress, which are a function of the culture of the individual. Now, this requires that we look at what kinds of life situations precipitate stress in different cultures, what are some of the typical ways that individuals from different societies cope with the pressures of their society. I asked Dr. Beiser about the different types of political and social values that might be important influences on the kinds of stress that people undergo.
The position in a particular kind of subsystem within a larger system may be stressful in one cultural context and not in another cultural context. Thinking of the kinds of things that have been done studying the birth order, for instance, and the chance of developing disorder based on birth order and sex. And I think there's some pretty convincing evidence that the chance of developing schizophrenia, for instance, is higher among firstborn sons, at least in Taiwanese Chinese, than it is among other racial groups in Taiwan, and certainly compared to rates of the chance of developing schizophrenia among comparable subgroups in our population. The question is, somehow does the fact that the culture is so different create different role expectations and therefore subject different people in the system to stress? Maybe the question of role expectations, at the level of expectations of individuals, is a notion that would cut across cultures, in the sense that people who occupy roles where there are high levels of expectations attached to them are at greater risk of developing psychiatric disturbance or developing some kind of distress. But that the cultural influence is in placing different roles or different roles in this line of increased expectations.
A common problem that we're all confronted with now is the role expectation of the disturbances about what one's role should be in at least 50% of the population of this country, and that is women. And what can we say about the role expectations as that's related to different cultures in the world today in relationship to men and women, and whether we see a higher or lower incidence of psychopathology in men and women because of different expectations?
There are at least two dimensions that are important, and one is the level of expectations, and the other one is the clarity of expectations. And probably with regard to women, at least in westernized, technologically developed societies, the problem is confounded by not only increased expectations, but a certain ambiguity about what these expectations are. And this is reflected in most of the epidemiological studies that have been done in the United States, Canada, to a certain extent in some of the Scandinavian countries, where one very consistent finding at a population level is that women exhibit more psychiatric disturbance, primarily in the area of the neurotic disturbances, than men. And the only place that I know of where an epidemiological study has been carried out where that has been reversed, where women actually show less psychiatric disturbance than men, was a study that was carried out in Nigeria about 10 years ago among women, among a tribal group, the Yoruba, living in 12 small villages in western Nigeria. It was found that probably the healthiest population of any that's been surveyed in these epidemiological studies is women living in very traditional, socioculturally integrated Yoruba villages. So that somehow there, where the role of women is still clear, where the expectations are fairly high. A woman does have to perform a certain amount. It's not just raising children and caring for children, but Yoruba women are involved in trade and commerce to a certain extent. But at least the roles are clear, even though life is very hard. The roles are clear and the level of disturbance is lower than it is among the men, who are more subject to westernizing influences and more caught between the two cultures.
If you look at the so-called American culture, what are we all about now? Are our goals so ill-defined that we are having problems placing our own activities in the perspective of the total community's activities?
One of the problems with our culture, if you want to call it that, is its fragmentation. That somehow there are goals that are in opposition to each other, those that are clear are often in opposition to each other, and then there are very vague and ambiguous kinds of goals, and there isn't the kind of communality that one finds in some of these so-called primitive societies. And this makes people uneasy, it makes people uncomfortable. It leads to clashes, intergenerational clashes, obviously. And somehow we haven't been able to demonstrate that the chance of occurrence of stress varies very much by a social class, but that the experience of the stress and the perception of the stress may vary a great deal by social class. This is important because it's a dimension that's very frequently overlooked in the literature about stress in general, and certainly in the literature about sociocultural influences on stress. We have a notion that somehow there are experiences that will be stressful no matter to whom they occur and in what context they occur. Such things as maternal deprivation, for instance. And the only influence that sociocultural factors bring to bear on that is on the chance of occurrence of these events. But there may be something that's more important and more fundamental, and that is the way in which sociocultural context shapes the experiencing of a particular event.
Then there may be a discrepancy between what a therapist thinks is stressful and what the patient at times thinks is stressful based on their different backgrounds. And if the psychiatrist or a psychologist isn't aware of this, then if a patient isn't talking about some event as being stressful, the psychiatrist may make the assumption there's denial or repression going on, when in reality, based on what you're saying, some events may not be stressful for certain individuals, and others may be. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one reason why I think it's important for mental health professionals to be aware of this kind of consideration. But maybe an even more important reason is that I think there are implications for prevention of psychiatric disorder in these kinds of considerations, particularly primary prevention, and ultimately the development of a public health psychiatry, which I think is the only answer, ultimately, for the kinds of problems that we know exist at a large population level.
Another important aspect of trying to understand the impact of cultural factors on mental health problems is what influence culture has on the reactions to stress, particularly the maladaptive reactions, the psychopathological reactions. For example, are there a difference in the kinds of symptoms that people in various cultures show? What kind of shapes those differences?
The most current thinking is that psychiatric disturbance is more alike than it is dissimilar across cultures, but that the cultural influence may be at the more pathoplastic level, that it shapes the secondary symptoms. For instance, if you have a notion of schizophrenia as some kind of a basic process, that the cultural influences may shape the secondary symptoms, whether you tend to find more withdrawn behavior versus more aggressive behavior in different cultural settings, and certainly what the content of hallucinations and delusions will be is obviously shaped by culture. And the notion that there are specific disturbances, specific syndromes in different cultural groups has tended to fall out, although one can probably point to some that are culturally specific and maybe raise some questions about what the particular cultural stresses are that shape those disturbances. But I think somehow a more important question, or a more vital question than looking for culturally specific disease patterns or illness patterns is looking at what a culture defines as disturbance and somehow the breadth of coverage within cultures and how this varies, what the tolerance for behavior is, looking at it from a different perspective.
That gets us into the bit on the iatrogenic factor and the influence of culture on therapist behavior and therapist perception, which we've already referred to. And I think we've tended to underplay this as a serious factor. I mean, that's something we better consider very seriously, how mental health specialists view what's called mental illness and what we do about it. And more specifically, are there cultural differences in the specific therapeutic modalities that are being utilized?
You see the process going on with regard to some of our subcultural groups, particularly the Indian, and the notion that somehow what the Indian medicine man does is primitive and unscientific and has to be destroyed or eradicated so that we can get what's good into the culture and really treat people in hospitals and with medicines and so on. I think that perhaps there's some recognition that this may not be the most productive way to go about things. There's, I think, a very unique program for training Indian medicine men, providing scholarships for people to study to become Indian medicine men. And it's a long process, particularly on the Navajo reservation. To become a Navajo medicine man requires years of study, it requires a long period of indoctrination, requires a long period of apprenticeship with a practicing medicine man. But the notion is that somehow this is worthwhile, that the position that the medicine man has in traditional Navajo society is important to maintain, that the practices, the rituals that the Navajo medicine man practices may be important for restoring people to mental health or for prevention of psychiatric disorder, and that one shouldn't go ahead and try and destroy that and replace it with so-called modern medicine. That perhaps one can supplement this with some of the knowledge from Western psychiatry and incorporate that as part of the medicine man's training, but that's different. This kind of accommodation is different from trying to destroy and replace.
How can we take the information on how individuals react in different cultures to stresses and what defines a stress? How can we take that information and begin to help shape a world which is less stressful to people that live in it?
I think the notion of stress and what constitutes stress and what conditions an experience so that it becomes stressful is important. We have some leads from research and from experience that really ought to be tried out as in the form of preventive programs, for instance. We know something about the need for role models, particularly sex models. We have partial knowledge about the effects of lack of adequate role models, particularly sex models, for young children. What are the implications of that for preventive programs? Would we be better off in terms of a system of national priorities rather than thinking of a lot of programs for eradicating illness or for trying to deal with illness once it's occurred, to think about maybe allocating some of the resources to the school system so that adequate salaries can be provided and perhaps males can be recruited into the school system so that we don't have this kind of problem.
One of the directions that man has to go now is to bring together what he is, man and woman, bring together what they have felt were discrepant roles or discrepant values. And of course, how we do that, I suppose, is the question for the future. We frequently hear two contrasting views in relation to children in modern society. One view is that this is a child-oriented society where stress is minimal. And the opposite view is that there is a conspiracy against children, so that stress is marked and alienation is a frequent response resulting from that stress. The focus of the next discussion will be on the psychosocial influences which are currently important in terms of childhood and adolescent stresses in contemporary society. Naturally, we're interested in how we can reduce the stresses imposed on children in our modern world. The discussants are Dr. Gerald Steckler, who is acting chairman of the Department of Child Psychiatry in the Division of Psychiatry at Boston University, and Dr. Leon Eisenberg, who is chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. Dr. Steckler speaks first.
René Dubos, a rather famous developmental biologist, said that the problem with man is not that he is unable to adapt to atrocious environments, but rather that he is able to adapt to atrocious environments. And I don't think anybody has thought of any environment yet that man does not only survive in, but in fact multiplies in. We will tolerate things that probably no other organism would stand for. He would have the good sense to lay down and die. I think one of the questions looked at from the point of view of ego psychology, which is more than just adaptation to existing environment. It's a question, to what extent do we control our environment? To what extent do we determine who makes those decisions? And the system seems to operate that nobody makes those decisions. The changes just occur and then we're caught up in it and have to do something about it. So I think that the educational process or the acculturation process has to have two components in it. One is you do have to give each individual who is dropped into this rapidly changing situation the capabilities, the equipment, the cognitive skills that he requires to deal with the situation as it is. But he also has to get some kind of historic perspective on the world. And as part of the educational process, not only to live in the world as we know it, but to really start facing the questions from the very beginning of life. What kind of a world do you want? And that this should be as much an issue of schooling as is learning how to read and write, so that we start gaining some control over the rate of change or the directions of society, rather than just assuming we are the passive recipients of this who must deal with it as best we can.
The problem is we have never yet developed the imagination to do it. In science, there was a discussion of a House of Representatives vote to establish an Office of Technological Assessment. And in the discussion of that, serious questions were raised as to whether the scientists have the capability to predict effectively what the consequences of introducing some new device into the battery of technology would be. However, that doesn't alter the fact that we damn well better learn how to do it. The real chore is to examine what it is one wants in life, and to prepare children to look at life in order to be able to guide it in the direction that brings satisfaction, rather than being passively manipulated by it.
I suddenly now have a sense of awareness that the statement conspiracy against children has a broader meaning than just a deliberate conspiracy, but there has been sort of a organized effort to sort of develop programs ostensibly for children, which are really to meet other needs. All right, I buy that, and I've been part of that conspiracy, if you will, and I say, now we've got to do something else. Now we must develop programs which will be helpful for children, to help them develop a greater sense of happiness, be able to adapt to a world which they will have some part in shaping. And what do we need to know about children and human development in order to develop these programs? Are we going to be able to improve things by social change only, which, will have to be massive, but are there other things we have to know?
I can't see an effective or meaningful school system that is not a participant in the change of society. The change of society by reform if necessary, or a change that may have revolutionary implications if the forces are so constraining that it takes revolution to change it. Now, this is a very different role from what most people conceive of for the school system, but let me point out to you that that was exactly how the public schools were conceived of by those people who founded this country. Benjamin Rush, who is one of my personal heroes, was the first American psychiatrist and a signer of the Declaration of Independence, spent a good deal of his time propagandizing for a free public school system on the argument that only a public school educational system could prepare a citizenry for the survival of a democratic society.
Here's where I think our background and whatever meager skills we have as behavioral scientists can come into play, because we can look at, say, parental attitudes, and they have been looked at with respect to school, and they're dismal. We can blame the school system for what they're doing, but on a national survey, it turns out that 65% of adults surveyed indicated that the most important value that they attached to the school system was discipline. And you can sort of throw up your hands and say, well, what can we do with something like that? But you can also ask, well, why are the adults holding that position? How deeply held is it? Is it a defensive posture because they don't see any alternates, because they don't know of any other way to live, and so must hold on with desperation to what they feel is the only avenue to survival and maintaining some kind of equilibrium? And I think that what we have to do, agreeing entirely with your idea of parent participation in the educational process and for the schools to address themselves to the parents as well as the children, is to examine these attitudes and not only to analyze them in a sense with the parent, but for people to offer an alternate model, that there is another way to live, that you aren't giving up all that much, and in the long run you will in fact benefit from some kind of change in your way of living, whether it is giving up the belief that the most important thing that a school system has to offer is to discipline the children so that they won't rebel against the parent generation.
This, I think, introduces questions about the future and the direction we go in. I think at the very beginning of our talk together, we indicated that we had to somehow bring to an end the fact that technology was shaping the culture, in a sense, and that it had to be the needs that grew out of the people who lived within a culture that shaped the technology, and that we use resources in the service of the needs of people and the desires of people. Well, we can look to future developments in things such as biochemistry and neuroembryology and better understanding of structural and morphological characteristics of the nervous system. And it's possible that with devoting resources, we might be able to define sort of certain potentials and capacities that newborns might have. And we all go on the assumption that stress is experienced in some sort of an interaction between what an individual brings into a situation and what he's exposed to. Now, the question which comes up is, with the current inequities with which groups within our culture are confronted, with the terrible moral and ethical problems which need to be altered and modified, should we be devoting our resources to expanding knowledge, to clarify sort of the biological development so that we can better predict how people will respond to stresses and how we can better train them and educate them?
I would say that one needs more information even as one acts on the information currently available. That the support of research is part of what I would see as the activities of a moral society when it's finally created. That is, if one assumed that one no longer existed, surely one of the glories of human life is study, is the search for new knowledge, the confrontation of the problems of the universe, asking the philosophic questions, painting, whatever you like. And these are not superfluous but essential human activities. That they have practical consequences, I think, is a nice incidental benefit. But I think they deserve to be supported just in the interests of the human spirit. So I would certainly not support those who feel that given the urgency of social application, it makes any sense at all to wipe out the scientific enterprise. So I think one is planning for the future. One is trying to grapple with problems that are not so easily answered at the present, as a matter of fact. It is legitimate to ask how the scientific dollar is dispersed, to what extent it is related to problems that are of social urgency to mankind, if one doesn't get carried away too far, since the prediction of relevance is very difficult at the beginning of a scientific undertaking. I would certainly argue very strongly for the maintenance of this, even as we try to apply those things that I've said we know with such certainty. The thing I would stress, though, and that's a very serious problem that I haven't the political sophistication to be able to answer. Up until very recently, the favorite American belief that bigger is better and that progress is endless led many people to the feeling that poverty could be eliminated by simply increasing the gross national product without ever having to take away from them that has in order to give to them that ain't got. It's now perfectly clear that we're going to have to aim for something like a very gradual incline or maybe even a plateau in the growth of productivity. And under those circumstances, with a limited amounts of goods and services being produced, then the question is the present distribution to be maintained?
A variety of isms are tearing at the very base of our culture. Sexism, elitism, institutionalism, and racism. These are probably the most significant social stresses with which the American society, if not world society, is confronted. In spite of the seriousness of these problems, mental health specialists have devoted little attention to understanding of the implication of these problems for health care. In this discussion, we will focus on the effects of racism as a stress acting on human development and as a stress influencing the adult behavior of the aggressor and the aggressed against. A most important point in this discussion will be the influence of racist attitudes on patients and doctors, both black and white. I discussed this important topic with Dr. Charles Pinderhughes, professor of psychiatry at Boston University and one of the nation's outstanding experts in this area.
By and large, I see two different systems here present in all isms. In every single one of them, there's what I like to refer to as an initiator and an accommodator. And the party, which is the initiating party, presents and cajoles or seduces or employs power or rewards, some other inducement to get the accommodator to accept the belief system, basic attitudes, and the social structure which the initiating party sets forth. And this seems to be true whether the parties be men and women, whites and blacks, teachers and students, management and labor, developed countries and underdeveloped countries, whatever paired parties interacting in this kind of way where there's an initiating party and accommodating party. So that the first thoughts that I had, that each functions as a part of the environment of the other, exerting some kind of effect on each other.
Your description is interesting, particularly since we're trying to focus on some of the mental health aspects of racism and the other isms, although we know perfectly well that we're going to have to get into the social aspects because it's so hard to separate them. But your description was particularly interesting because it came very close to the description of the dyad called, or the dyadic interaction called psychotherapy. One would wonder whether there wasn't a similar model there and what implications what you've said has to our understanding of psychotherapy now.
In one paper that I have on racism and psychotherapy, I express my belief that the relationship of the therapist to patient usually is basically racist in nature. However, one of the things that hopefully takes place in psychotherapy is the use of enough introjective mechanisms by both the patient and the psychotherapist for each of them to be able to take in and build up a fairly accurate and balanced image of the other. And as they do this, then the image that they have of one another and the persons that they relate to are based upon the building up of more realistic introjects, so to speak, and much less on projection. Those persons who use a psychotherapy method which emphasizes the fact that the therapist basically is projecting all the time just as much as the patient is projecting onto the therapist, and each of them needs to have this kind of corrective experience. Unfortunately, some therapists using authoritative methods can employ basically racist, classist, or some other kind of ism approach in which they seek to get the patient's system, so to speak, to become subjugated to the dominance role of the therapist.
What you've introduced is important for us to clarify as quickly as we can, because I would think that most of our listeners who are involved in some sort of psychotherapy, whether it employs drugs or employs verbal means, are concerned with freeing the potential of men and women who come to them, who function as effectively as possible based on whatever goals and values the person called the patient has. And yet, what you've suggested, of course, which I think we have to accept, is that the therapists themselves have racist and classist and sexist attitudes. And what steps can we take to ensure that the psychotherapist frees himself from these attitudes in relationship to the patients? Or is there any way we can assure ourselves of this, or any approach we can take? Or do we need a new group of therapists trained in a different philosophy and discipline? In other words, are we too far gone?
The principle that I would think needs to be kept in mind is one of having functioning feedback with which the therapist can constantly correct the impressions that he's gaining, more closely conforming to the nature of the patient's experience, the real nature of the patient's experience. The truth of the matter is the therapist can never fully have his impressions conform to the patient's experience, because the therapist is always, by his very nature, having additional associations from within his own body and his own central nervous system activated and attached to the impressions that are coming from the patient. So there's always an additional part in the therapist that's false. But now I would say, too, that the use of forums, presentation of material in psychiatric forums is one way to do it. The standardization of medical rationales and medical methods, all of these are part of what we call the professional development, the professionalism that goes into our work is important as a way of correcting and managing the defects that exist within us and which we will introduce into our practices if we don't have methods for managing it.
Some people have suggested that if we want to bring mental health care, let's say, to black people, and we want to make the situation as meaningful as possible with as minimal stress to the therapist and patient, maybe we ought to have black therapists for black people and white therapists for white people and work for social change in the future, and then maybe we can get the mix. But it hasn't worked very well up till now, the mix, that white therapists have not been able to shake off their backgrounds. I wonder if you're more optimistic about whether we can continue to have a mix.
I'm fairly optimistic. I've never seen anyone who was able to live with only the white part of themselves or with only the black part of themselves, which leaves me in the position of assuming that all of what we call white people have both white and black parts, and all of what we call black people have both white and black parts.
Now, what about the problem that we might potentially be confronted with in the black population? Where perhaps large groups of people who, of course, object severely to the subservient position they've been placed in, but on the other hand, there may be some psychic benefit to having been as the group that is not as bound by the same morality and conscience as the white group. This gives them a sense of freedom, and the conscience can now be whitey, and one has more license. Although at a conscious level, I would anticipate most black people would reject that. From a psychodynamic point of view, do you think that this is a problem in terms of racism as a stress and what one would want to deal with psychotherapeutically?
That's one way of looking at it. And if we have that exclusive view, we might fail to recognize a kind of group formation that's needed in order to control those things and the supports that each individual needs in the way of a family, in the way of cultural supports. For instance, the lack of organization at low levels in society as compared with upper levels. As fast as leaders are produced, it's fascinating how rapidly they then become co-opted into the white society rather than useful in the further organization of black. And having successfully destroyed the black cultural patterns, as opposed to, for instance, Jewish group, when they were in slavery, they had the family and cultural patterns maintained. Their ghettos became something of a sanctuary, so to speak, as compared with the more disorganized ghetto situations of blacks whose group structure was very greatly interfered with.
as an internationally known clinical psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who has investments in sort of current treatment modalities as well as investments in the future, do you think that our currently popular approaches to the treatment of what we call psychopathology or mental problems is going to help individuals develop the kind of orientation necessary to live in a society where one deals with shared values and community responsibilities? It seems to me that most of our treatment modalities are aimed at a number of things. One is to help the person adapt to society as it is. Two, to help the person be more successful with his achievement orientation in a competitive society, and to express himself more individually and his individual potential more. Will we have to develop new approaches to what we consider psychopathology in order to move towards this community-oriented or communal living, almost?
I think that the only way to do that, unfortunately, is through confrontation processes. Actually, the non-negotiable position of the therapist of yesterday was based on his belief that that was the way it had to be done. And it was only when the therapist encountered non-negotiable positions taken by patients and assumed by our new professionals that they began to take a look at other possibilities. And these confrontation processes which occur, basically, the only kinds of processes that work where there is an irrational belief system, and every group has its irrational belief systems. And I perceive the opportunity for confrontation to occur in the present-day society at a level at which it never was. And this is why the high level of anxiety, high level of conflict, and the high rate of change. I think that the kind of crisis state that shifts in location, the civil rights movement moved from black people to other lower classes to poor to women, and one finds it shifting from urban settings in 1 year to colleges in another year and to prisons in another, always in relation to some previously oppressed group, but same processes and always the same methods and always the same interactions taking place, with confrontation processes being the principal tool for producing change. Eldridge Cleaver put it in graphic terms and related it also to this discussion we've had about the renunciation of one part of oneself and projection of it on another party, an outside party. As he put it, in the slave relationship, the white man lost his body and the black man lost his mind, gave up his mind. And in the integration process, and in the processes going on today, the white man is recovering his body and the black man is recovering his mind. And this has to do with initiative as well as with other things.
In this discussion, the focus will be on how life stresses acting through the brain, nervous system, and endocrine systems may affect physiologic functions and possibly be the direct precipitants of a variety of physiologic disorders. The importance of ameliorating the influence of life stress in the treatment of a variety of somatic diseases is also of importance. The need to assist patients in developing better adaptive and coping mechanisms for life stress in the treatment of and the overall management of medical problems needs to be reviewed. I discussed this whole topic with Dr. Peter Nett, who is professor of psychiatry at Boston University, associate chairman of the division, as well as an outstanding expert in psychosomatic diseases. I asked Dr. Knapp how he perceived the relationship of life stress to physical disease.
You begin to see that specific kinds of reaction to specific kinds of conflict can influence disease at various ways. It can contribute to chronic overactivity of autonomic and systems, finally going on to causing structural damage. It can predispose possibly to the presence or development of disease in an individual under specific kinds of life conflict. It may contribute in other ways that we don't know about to a wide variety of diseases. The stress concept has to become spelled out in much more detail, and I think the psychosomatic contribution to disease has to be spelled out in more detail in a whole variety of ways, in a whole variety of disorders.
There's another kind of feedback that we have to perhaps think about, which is feedback from one's culture. And that may be of some importance, particularly in looking at psychosomatic type illnesses or illnesses that somehow are related to activity in the brain. in that, it's been reported that certain kinds of illnesses are absent in one culture and present in another. In your experience, how important is this cultural factor, the kind of subculture a person comes from, and the kinds of physiologic disorders that can develop?
I think it's a fascinating question that's wide open. There's the old story that the African Negro doesn't get hypertension in Africa, and then when he comes to the United States, does develop it. Again, that's almost part of the early mythology of psychosomatic medicine, because no really good studies have worked that out. It's a whole transcultural investigation in psychosomatic medicine that is crying out to be done. You have to disentangle the possible genetic contribution from our own experience for many years now with asthma. I'm utterly convinced that asthma occurs in a genetically loaded individual. A baby doesn't come into the world and develop infantile eczema within a week or 2 weeks of birth without having some kind of genetic loading. And the family histories that one gets from people in the cardiovascular area, in the allergic area, and in the schizophrenic area, for that matter, if one studies it very, very carefully, look as though there is some kind of general predisposition that is passed on in some way. I don't think we have the foggiest idea what the nature of that is.
Is there any relationship, perhaps an inverse relationship, between the development of psychopathology as it's expressed in behavior and affective disturbance or in cognitive problems, and the development of certain psychophysiologic syndromes under conditions, for example, like overcrowding or a condition of loss?
I think one of the early formulations, again, almost belonging to the mythology of psychosomatic medicine, or the mythology of psychopathology in a broader sense, is that nice entities exist and they substitute back and forth for each other. If a person has a psychosomatic disease, it's a masked psychosis, and he may break out of his psychosomatic disease and become psychotic, or if he has psychosis, he won't develop his psychosomatic disease. And then a third great avenue of expression, namely action, also gets drawn into the theory. It's a marvelous dream, that in the future we will be able to get a predictive handle on a whole host of diseases, and finally it comes down to the dream, and some people would call it a nightmare, of genetic manipulation. But I think man is complex. He has difficulty in studying an organism as complex as himself, and it's going to be some time before we really have the right kind of predictive handle, and there are a number of difficulties in the way. Because you've got not only to have the prediction inside your head, you've got to instill the predictive conviction inside the head of the subject.
The fact that stress emanates from the current requirements of the environment which are imposed on man does not necessarily mean that man is trapped. It is conceivable that the environment can be changed to meet the needs of man and the capabilities of man. In the next discussion, we focus on the possibility of developing means to more adequately program the environment, which may in the future help individuals living in that environment. This topic is discussed with Dr. George Ruff, who is a professor of psychiatry in the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Ruff is an outstanding educator who has had considerable experience in the development of our current aerospace program. I spoke to him by telephone about the stresses with which we may be confronted as a result of our current technological developments and the goals towards which man seems to be moving.
People are still going to have the same things inside of them and outside of them that have always bothered them in the past. In fact, I suppose in the long run, the things that will be stressful for people 100 years from now will be pretty much like the ones that have been stressful before. But there will be new ones, and that's what we're focusing on now. And I think that the more fluid relationships people have with each other, and then the technological changes, including the very strong possibility that the standard of living is going to drop, maybe precipitously eventually, is going to add to this.
When we think about the change in the level of affluence or the standard of living, is this a function, do you think, of population change or the modification of the resources that we'll have available? Or is there some other factor that you're thinking about?
Well, I think it's both. Again, I think the other factors are a disenchantment, if I can use that phrase, with the results that our technological society have brought us. And it's not so much that a change in the standard of living per se would be disruptive, but the optimism that people have had may well change. We've always had this rather odd view of eventually everything is going to be better. And now I think people are going to have to cope with the idea that not everything will be better. And I think if the kids get this idea from the beginning, it probably isn't going to be so much of a problem. The problem, as you stated before, is more for us.
That raises the question, what's your concept of the source of stress that people are experiencing now? Where is the major source of this stress, or the major sources? Is this coming from the unfulfilled expectations, or is it coming from sort of internal values and goals and incongruities with what people can find in the outer world, or is it coming from the technological advance, or do you think we shouldn't talk about stresses as being different now than before, that it's really the same contemporary stresses, stress of the past?
What are going to be stressful in the future, I think, are largely the internal problems that arise out of our human dilemmas in growing up. We start out as weak children, in a world of adults, and develop all kinds of problems during that period, which, if we're lucky, we adapt to reasonably well in the future. And this is what's going to bother people most. You mentioned the space program. We didn't find in the space program that the things that bothered the astronauts had so much to do with being up in space vehicles and dangers as the ordinary human concerns about who was picked for a flight, what was the implications for people who weren't picked for the flight, and those things will continue. But I think in addition to that, there's going to be more uncertainty. And uncertainty itself is a highly stressful thing for the future. It seems to accelerate year by year.
When you look at a society as we're now suddenly having some information on, like the Chinese society, a lot of the information we appreciate is incomplete, where there may have been some changes, at least in contrast to our society. Do you get the feeling that the stress-induced illnesses are less in a society like in China, current People's Republic?
Well, my guess would be that they are, but again, the grass may be greener in that particular sense. I think what we have heard about China has, been fairly carefully filtered. But if I can take just the evidence of what we've been hearing recently, it does sound that way. It sounds like the educational system has aimed people in the direction of the society as it is existing, as it is evolving, and they've been fairly comfortable in that. They seem to have eliminated a lot of social problems. Now, along the way, I think they've cut down on the number of options available to people, and I'm sure for people who like a lot of options, like you and I do, that's probably a disadvantage. But for many people, it may not be a disadvantage.
Suppose one of our colleagues is confronted with helping to develop a preventative program for a group about to be engaged in space travel of a year and a half's duration. Does he have the models at his disposal to help develop a program?
Not really. Nobody has considered that seriously, at least seriously enough to do more than token research on it. I don't think now we could really figure out how to have a group interact for a mission to Mars. We probably could get by with it because people are adaptable. But I think after we've had Skylab projects and things of that kind, and begun to have some more experience, coupled with laboratory research, we'll be in a better position to do it.
As you've been talking in response to my question, I realized that I may have been using the same defense that perhaps many people in the world are using, and that is to deal with a theoretical problem which isn't really very pressing, to avoid one that is pressing. For example, rather than having asked you about a trip to Mars or Jupiter, maybe what I should have asked you is, what kind of things do we need to prepare for if man must go in glass-enclosed cities because he's polluted the air so much that he can no longer exist? That's much more of a real possibility that we're confronted with. And does man have, currently, do we have the adaptive capacity to move into the glass-enclosed cities? Or as John Kennedy suggested, maybe we ought to build cities under the ocean. And that was 10 years ago.
I believe we have that capacity, especially because they don't come about tomorrow. First people begin to talk about them and somebody says that's way out. Then people they view as responsible spokesmen begin to talk about them and they think, well, maybe there's something to it, And so step by step you move in that direction. I think people are prepared for major changes like that. And it's not to say that everyone's going to be comfortable with it, but I think it can be done.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're optimistic and encouraging.
My big problem is not can people adapt to it, but is it going to work?
At no time, since the 17th century perhaps, has there been so much doubt as to whether society will continue to evolve constructively or whether it will break under the pressures of its own complexity. We've been assured to some extent by the experts on this tape that stress is a concept which has always been with us, that its definitions will expand as technology and population expand, and that in fact we may be in danger of overutilizing it, making it a catch-all. Perhaps, as mental health specialists, we can help to direct a definition for the benefit of treating patients who suffer from environmental as well as physically or emotionally induced illness, or what has been aptly called existential stress. We must also rely on the social system to guide us through. Most of all, we ourselves must undergo the experience of adaptation and become broader, more faceted, and more tolerant of change. Only then can we invest in an exciting future.
Produced by the Council for Interdisciplinary Communication in Medicine Limited, under a grant from Smith, Kline and French Laboratories.
ChicagoBearVote.com. I think me and Mexican are the only atheists on here. Hey, Mexican.
Hey girls, hey Regal, hey Rabbi.
Oh God, here's this troll. Hold on one second.
I'm not a troll, you're a troll. You're the troll, you're projecting on me. You're projecting on me, stop projecting on me. Stop projecting on me.
Okay, there you go.
Hello? Do you believe in humans?
Yeah, mine was she's pretty much a full indoor outdoor, but she's funny. Like she'll like cower and she kind of hides and then she waits for my kids to walk by.
thought that chocolate is actually an open future for you to pursue, right?
Yeah, as I said, on the very zoomed in, strictly precise.
Have some shame. You don't have any pride of your own country.
Right.
See, that you have become so brazen and shameless. No faith, no loyalty to your own nation. Such a sad state of affairs. At least, scumbag. You are a scumbag. And for those, you're also a big scumbag. And today I got to know your true colors. Firdaus is a big scumbag. Room title you did not change. Scumbag.
Are you angry?
All these days I thought, well, right.
I'm saying
All these days I believe that you are my friend in Clubhouse. And you had to join hands with a whore who had to suck dick, gag on an American ass.
Is it making you very angry?
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you a real?
I thought you would start complaining tomorrow. You've already started. What is happening?
She's a fucking Iranian scumbag. You join hands with her. You're all poor fuckers.
Do you not sleep? It's like 6 a.m. in India. You've been up all night. Doing what?
Arey, something happened. Like I had to get up. Okay. And after I came out of the bathroom, then I saw Nargis and I had to pee in her mouth. That's what happened.
Where is your mom?
I live in my own house.
Did your family leave you?
No. They are in their hometowns.
So you left your parents and siblings and everybody?
I had work.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I was thinking of complaining to your mom that you are a very badly behaved child.
That's okay, but you did not listen to all the things she said about me.
I've never spoken to your mom. How will I hear what she's, said about you?
I mean, no, bro. You don't talk to me, bro. You always against me, and you are a pretend. You are also a fake person.
It's because I don't have the right to scold you, and I'm going to complain to your mom, just like you complain about other people to me. It's only fair.
I don't give a damn. You are a traitor. You betray people. And you are the moderator, and there is a shitty title on me, and you are the moderator.
It just says chill.
Oh, you changed it. Who changed it? Motherfuckers.
I changed it, Gardu.
Teri baap Gardu.
Because I thought you were kicked out of the room. I didn't know you ran away.
Nimmappa sule maga. Ninamma. You know Garda, I know. You bitch.
Well, how did you run away so fast? Wow.
Because I thought you'll
What
leave.
a whiskey.
You're a pussy. I think you're a smelly pussy.
I'm recording all this. Eventually, you know what? I am going to become friends with you. And then I'm going to find out where you work. And then I'm going to email the company you work for.
Do you know in LinkedIn?
What is your LinkedIn ID?
My LinkedIn ID is Firdaus Alam. I have a recording. I mean, I have a proof that there is a shitty title. You are the moderator. I'll show it to everyone.
Sorry,
That's why I'll show that to everyone and I'll prove that you are a scumbag also with those. Let me put it on.
Why don't you make that your profile photo?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it. Wait.
I think I should put it back on to Liberator as a conduit to Tim. One second, let me make it back.
Nargis
Maybe
is
we
a
can
Jew.
have it for like 5
Nargis
6
is
hours.
an Iranian prostitute. I'll start a room.
Prostitute.
Who is going to join your room? You have no friends.
No one likes you on this app. You don't have rapport. You don't have. You're so disliked. Everywhere you go, people laugh at you. They think you're a joke.
You think I'll care about such people?
Like
You think I care, bitch?
No,
I'm
you
not
don't care. That's why nobody cares about what titles you make either.
I'm not you to suck dick and get Americans as you, bitch. You'll do anything. You have no self-respect, you bitch. And Firdaus, you are caught red-handed. Okay? Because I have proved you are a scumbag today. I caught you red-handed. I will prove that you are a hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
Hey, Namantika mucho. Sula konda.
Moda bacha moda.
Tika mucho tika ke kurtin sula konda ni naman.
Moda kada moda.
Hey, naman tika mucho konda dira sari. Badmash. Oh, you know the word Iranian word. It's a badmash. It's an Iranian word.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Salams. How are you happy?
I am happy. Okay, for those. I'll see you. Bye. Good night.
Yeah, better
Bye bye.
Better
Any. Mapagano.
చూడు మనం పడబడిందా
Hey, Chucha Nargis.
Hey, Abby, what's up?
Oh, nothing. Just, getting busy with the World Cup. Yeah, we had the fan zone here in Orlando, Florida.
Nargis is a certified professional prostitute.
Where did you...
What's that? Professional what?
Prostitute.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
insecure. He's from like South of India. So he thinks he's so rich. And everyone in America, in Iran, everyone's so poor.
people who talk who say they are rich, usually they are poor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, they've been following this stuff going on with Iran. Iran is going to go down in history. They'll actually save Earth. Sacrifice themselves for Earth, for the globe,
Yeah.
And actually, Iran needs to be, the American needs to say, you know what I mean? If we're going to, if they kept on going that route, they would have been bankrupt because they cannot sustain that madness. You know what I mean? Crazy. Hopefully now, people will chill. So what's with the Bible and the Quran? Chill. Yes.
I was just here in the morning. Then I'm going to go out.
How much weight did you lose?
Come on, hon. I want the entire place to see you.
Swimwear? Certainly, ma'am. Our newest line is right over here.
No, it's not just a dream. A slimmer, younger-looking, more vital you is entirely possible. In fact, you'll not only get the pounds off, you'll keep them off without having to padlock the refrigerator. Hello, and welcome to Losing Weight the Natural Way, a mind-body healing tape from Prevention Magazine. Notice we have yet to say the word diet. You see, what we're really talking about here is a change in lifestyle, not a depressing or starvation diet. Anyway, how do you lose weight? Well, like anything else worthwhile, you have to decide to do it. So if you haven't done that already, I mean a real honest-to-goodness pledge, then make that decision right now. That's it. Really mean it now. And woe to anything that gets in your way. All right, you did it. Congratulations. Here comes more encouragement. A friend you haven't seen for some time is definitely thinner. If something worked for her, it can work for you. Just what did it, Carol?
Well, I started to look at what I was eating. I mean, every little thing. Like when I buttered my toast or poured dressing on my salad, I was adding hundreds of calories. Extras I could do without. So I did do without. Oh yeah, and I cut back on rich desserts. Of course, that wasn't easy. But those little things made a big difference.
I'll say. Okay, so fattening little extras are out. Just picture them as empty calories. Besides, there's plenty of tasty and more nutritional food that can satisfy your appetite. Well, here's another friend. She's slimmer too. Wonder what her secret is.
No secret, really. I just began to think why I overate. Like I hate to waste food. After the kids had eaten, I'd polish off their leftovers, or sometimes I'd just eat because I was bored. When I figured that out, I took up some new interests. Things that got me out of the house and away from the refrigerator.
So her approach was a change in attitude. Again, nothing drastic. Just a greater awareness of fattening habits and a better lifestyle. Uh-oh, it's Sally. She's your friend too. Sorta. Boy, does she look terrific or what? Well, maybe you can benefit from the way she keeps in shape.
I know, I look terrific. You see, I exercise just about every day. Hey, in the beginning, it was tough, but now I look forward to it. After all, I look better, and I feel better too. Well, see ya. I gotta run.
Goodbye, Sally. Watch out for the traffic. Well, you've just heard 3 important ways to lose weight. 1, learn about foods. Examine each one, including certain food toppings. Also, discover which foods can really satisfy your appetite and reduce your urge to snack. More about that later in the tape. Number 2, understand yourself. In other words, why you overeat. Is it out of guilt, boredom, or is it something you don't even realize you're doing? Number 3, regular and moderate exercise. A good brisk walk, swimming, aerobics, or tennis. Start slowly, but once it becomes part of your lifestyle, stay with it. And above all, think positive. Oh, I know you've heard that before, but it's especially true for people who want to trim down. In fact, we suggest you identify your negative thoughts and counteract them with more positive ones. Psychologists call this powerful technique cognitive therapy, and it works. Here, for example, are a few negative thoughts of would-be weight losers, followed by the opposite or positive side you should replace them with. Negative.
I can't lose weight. When I cut calories, I lose energy.
Positive.
I can lose weight. The best way is to cut just the right amount of calories and not starve myself to exhaustion. If I boost my exercise level and eat the right foods, I'll have more energy than ever before.
Negative.
I'm too tired and hungry to cook a special meal when I get home. It's easier just to pick up a pizza.
Positive.
Let's see. What'll it be? Maybe some fresh fruit or a salad. Steaming vegetables is pretty easy. I sure don't have to be a gourmet chef to lose weight.
Negative.
I have no willpower. You need lots of willpower to lose weight.
Positive.
I have the desire the right facts, and the skills to lose weight, and I've got enough willpower to do it too.
Negative.
I've got to lose 5 pounds a week for 6 whole weeks?
Positive.
I've got a modest and reasonable goal. It'll be slower, but the loss is more likely to last.
Negative.
If I don't look like the models I see, I failed.
Positive.
I'm going to look the way that's best for me, not some photographer's idea of beauty or thinness. For most people, that's unachievable, maybe unhealthy. I want to trim down, and any progress I make is success.
Negative.
Look, I just can't do it all by myself.
Positive.
The person that'll do it is me. After all, it's my body. Besides, most people who lose weight don't do it by joining a group. They simply learn how to do it, then they do it. And so can I.
And so can you. Right now, it's time to play Calorie Quiz. Know the right answers and you lose. Question number 1. To lose weight, you have to take in fewer calories than you burn, right?
Right.
Correct. You'd lose. Then, a really low-calorie plan, say under 1,200 calories a day, would be very productive, right?
Right.
Wrong. Oh, you'd lose weight, all right, but mostly water and muscle. See, if your calories dip too low, your body thinks it's starving. So, to protect itself, it slows down its metabolic rate, which reduces your ability to burn off fat. Eventually, you'll keep eating the same number of calories, but the pounds stick around or creep back.
Boy, was I wrong.
Truer words, in fact. It gets worse. With a sudden or crash calorie plan, willpower gives out. Some people go on a real binge. That puts back all the weight and more. One study on the eating habits of medical students showed that extreme food denial led to extreme food excess. The students who ate the least were also the biggest bingers and the most overweight. The result is something like a yo-yo effect. Weight that goes down too fast must come back up. And each time the ups get higher. You're better off not going on a diet at all than taking the crash course, which is hard on your health as well. Again, moderate calorie reduction and slow but steady weight loss.
What should my intake of calories be? I mean, the daily total.
Women who are cutting back can total about 1,500 calories.
Hey, how about us guys?
Men should cut back to about 2,000 calories. Of course, if you play for the Chicago Bears, it's a whole new ballgame. The counts vary depending upon your size and activity.
Enjoying yourself, Ralph?
Uh-huh. But I doubt.
Okay, you're gonna slip once in a while. So here's what you do. If you eat too many calories in one day, give yourself the next 7 days to make up for it. If, for example, you eat an extra 200 calories on Tuesday, and you wanted to cut back 200 calories that day, you have the rest of the week to cut those 400 calories, which really isn't that difficult. You don't have to shun your favorite foods. Just take smaller portions. Or find substitutes. Used to a bacon and cheese omelet in the morning? Replace it with a poached egg and a piece of whole wheat toast. The really bad guys, the ones you need to avoid completely, the ones high in calories, of course. We're talking gobs of butter and tartar sauce on your fish. A tablespoon of butter has over 100 calories. Tartar sauce close to that. But lemon juice adds almost no calories, and it's just as good on fish.
No chocolates. Ever.
Well, maybe once in a while. You deserve an occasional treat. Just be sure that when you do eat chocolate or some other goodie, you compensate for it. And don't make it a daily event. Okay, here's some other tidbits to think about. A mental snack, you might say. Spread your calorie intake out during the day, rather than eating it all at one time. Also, eating heavier in the morning and light at night is better than scrimping beforehand so you can eat a big dinner. In one study, people who ate their calories mostly at breakfast all shed pounds. Yet when they ate the same total at the evening meal, they lost less weight, and some even gained. The reason? Your body's metabolism is slowest when you sleep, making nighttime a prime time to store fat. And now a word about the 4 F's: fat, fiber, fresh produce, and fluids.
Fat, fiber, fresh produce, and fluids?
Right. Fat, fiber, fresh produce, and fluids. Let's talk about each, starting with the first and least friendly, fat. Yeah, there he is. The biggest of the 4 F's. You'll find quite a bit of fat in whole milk, butter, whipped cream, cheese. Actually, his full name is saturated fat. He comes from land animals. Fat's not bad in the tummy, but lousy on it. He may even cause heart disease and other problems. To top it off, fat is highly concentrated in calories, so aim for no more than 1 serving of animal fats per day. That means if you put butter on your toast at breakfast, no sour cream on your baked potato at dinner.
Well, what can I put on my baked potato?
Try low-fat yogurt. Skim milk, of course, should replace whole milk. Try mixing the two together, gradually increasing the skim. As for cheese, the problem with the regular kind is that it really concentrates the calories, especially hard cheeses like cheddar. So if you do eat whole milk cheese, make it no more than an ounce at a time. And eat more of the low-fat types like part skim mozzarella, ricotta, and cottage cheese. Dream of ice cream. Just as tasty and better for you is ice milk, or low-fat frozen yogurt, or a fruit sorbet. I see, you're a meat and potatoes kind of person. Too bad. Like cheese, there's a lot of calories in a very small amount of red meat. Removing all visible fat would help. Eating red meat no more than twice a week would help even more. Try fish or fowl instead. You'll not only cut calories, you'll improve your overall health. Ah, come on, don't be sad. Sure, you'll be saying goodbye to some oldie goldies, but you'll be saying hello to today's hot hits in healthful, figure-slimming food. On our charts is a steaming plate of golden corn pasta, a dish that's both zesty and satisfying. Another big hit is a fresh, crisp salad, perfect when teamed with a taste of whole wheat bread. Snack time? Try air-popped popcorn, or dig into a big juicy apple. Besides being low in fat, these foods are high in the second of our fat-fighting F's, fiber. The thing about fiber is that it almost works like magic. In fact, in some studies, people lost weight simply by adding fiber to their diet. Why? Because of fiber's stomach-filling traits. Fiber also aids food passage through the system, which in turn aids weight loss. Another great thing about fiber is that it seems to reduce calories absorbed by the body, especially fat calories. In fact, calories from high fiber might even count less, because they're less likely to be stored as fat.
Okay. Where do I get this fiber?
You'll find plenty of fiber in our third and flavorful F, fresh produce. Both fresh fruits and vegetables contain not only fiber, but a wide variety of nutrients, like vitamin C, A, the B vitamin folate, and the mineral potassium. Eat them raw, steam, or bake lightly. Just don't drown those beautiful veggies in butter, cheese, or sour cream. Use yogurt, lemon juice, or herbs for flavoring. By the way, high-fiber foods protect against certain illnesses, including, hope you're not eating right now, including hemorrhoids, varicose veins, heart disease, and colon cancer. There, that should cause your refrigerator to be flooded with fresh produce. Which brings us to our fourth and final F, fluids. The prime one being water. We all need from 6 to 8 glasses of water a day to cleanse and rejuvenate our system. A bit of ice water before a meal also fills the stomach and cuts appetite. Sip water while reading or watching TV. Have water instead of coffee at break time. Of course, if you do need a pick-me-up, try herbal tea. There's more and more flavors around. Plus, you can mix the tea with fruit juice for a low-calorie treat. Here's another super idea. Soup. Nothing beats it on a raw, windy day. Plus, people who consume soup regularly consume about 5% fewer calories. Why? Well, soup has two advantages. It contains a lot of water, so it's not calorically dense, and it's hot. So you can eat it slowly. By the time you're done, your body has had a chance to realize,
Hey, I'm being fed. Okay, appetite, switch off.
the result is less calories, but more satisfaction. If you make your own soup, refrigerate it overnight, so you can skim off the excess fat in the morning.
Oh, my aching head.
But there's one fluid that's really trouble: alcohol. That daiquiri before dinner, well, it's not only fattening, it can stimulate your appetite. Even alcoholic drinks that you might not think are high in calories can really add up. 2 glasses of white wine, for example. With a typical glass, that's 160 calories, or more than 1,000 calories a week. And yearly, would you believe, 58,000 calories. Enough to create over 16 pounds of fat. Okay, enough on the 4 F's. Let's get to the 2 S's, salt and sugar. The thing about salt is that our bodies need only a tiny amount of it. The more salt we eat, the more water we retain. And water is weight. So cutting down on salt is a simple and safe way to lose a few pounds. As for sugar, well, it's crammed with empty calories and tends to nudge more nutritious foods off your menu.
I just can't resist. I mean, when I go to the supermarket and see all that great stuff, it's as good as in my mouth.
What this person is actually experiencing is a psychological reflex or food cue. In other words, a sight, sound, smell, even a person that can lure you into eating, even when you're not particularly hungry. I bet some of these sound familiar.
For me, it's the kitchen. I always like to check out what's in the fridge. Then I can't stop from gobbling what I see. At the office, around mid-afternoon, my energy lags. People bring in all kinds of cakes, candy, pretzels, and around mid-afternoon, I've got to have some.
With me, it's television. Every time I watch, I munch.
Are any of those your food cues? Are there times when you eat solely out of habit and not out of hunger? Then, like a good general, you need a strategy or battle plan. Take the supermarket, for example. It's no wonder so many are captured by it. Supermarkets are designed to lure people into buying snacks, sodas, all kinds of goodies. Well, now that you know what you're up against, fight back. A prime tactic? Never go to the market hungry. A full stomach is a strong defense. Second, hug the walls. That's where your allies are. Veggies, fruit, fish, poultry, yogurt. Staunch allies all. Here we are at Checkpoint Charlie, the checkout counter. Before you march another step, halt! Take a good look at what's in your cart. Ask yourself, do I really want this? Can I handle having this at home? Well, if you can't, if it'll go in minutes, put it back.
Buy this, Ma. Buy this. Buy this, Ma. Buy this.
Another
Buy
rule.
this, Ma.
Leave the kids and their demands for sweets at home. On the other hand, it wouldn't hurt to have a rational adult along who can talk you out of impulse buying.
Do you know what's in this stuff? I mean, let me read you what's in this can.
From the supermarket, we come to the kitchen. Or better yet, don't come to it. After work, at least. That's when many people like to have a snack. A big snack. After work, go directly upstairs. Change your clothes, go for a walk. That'll help you relax and feel less desperate for food. When you come back, you can sit down to a light, well-planned meal. But the advice still holds for any Weight Watcher arriving home from work. And try to keep busy. Grab a hammer, a saw, a paintbrush, take up ceramics, anything to keep your hands active, or dirty even, so you don't get bored and reach for food. Of course, eventually you will do that. So make it easy on yourself and rearrange your fridge. Store anything that's too tempting where you won't see it every time you open up the door. Load the front shelves of your refrigerator with fresh fruit and raw vegetables. Make sure the vegetables have been cut and washed. In the freezer section, store grapes, melon balls, strawberries, and peeled banana slices. They're all sweet, delicious, and low in calories. Plus, they melt slowly in the mouth, making you feel more satisfied. Oh, is there a popcorn popper in your kitchen? I mean the hot air kind? It'll let you pop up a quick, low-calorie snack. Another great gadget is a blender. Use it to make shakes from skim milk and fruit. Adding ice will make those shakes extra frosty. As for our woman at the office, the one who needs the snack...
Around mid-afternoon?
Well, this frankly isn't unusual. The first thing to do is to figure out if you're really hungry. You just might be bored or feeling sluggish after a large lunch, or you may need to move the bod a bit. If you can...
See you, bye.
Go for a quick walk around the block, or find a task you know won't be tedious. Also, try eating a lighter lunch. Believe it or not, your mid-afternoon lag may be caused by a too heavy meal. And since those vending machines are going to tempt you, plan ahead. Bring along fruit, yogurt, carrot sticks, or take an herbal tea break at the office.
Bite into a big, thick super burger, crowned with cheese, bacon, ketchup, and mayonnaise.
Oh, yes. TV commercials. Oh, they make munching in front of the screen as common as watching it. Better reaffirm your pledge to always eat in one spot. No, not in front of the set. As far away from it as possible. Or better yet,
Purl 1, knit 2, purl 1, knit 2.
Find a hobby that keeps your hands busy while viewing, like knitting or needlework. Again, the key to overcoming a cue to chew is careful planning. A shopping list for the supermarket, fruit for the office, needlework for the TV. That's easy enough.
How many meals should I skip?
Not one. Skipping meals makes you famished. So when chow time does roll around, you're ready to... Oh, it was close. Never get in the way of somebody who's missed a meal. Food, after all, keeps us alive. But what do you think is the most important part of a weight loss program? Even more vital, in fact, than eating right.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
That's right. Exercise. An element so powerful that if your eating habits are up to snuff and you start to exercise, well, you may be able to lose weight without having to diet. In fact, that's what happened in a major study. A group of women checked into a weight loss clinic, victims of the so-called yo-yo syndrome. Their weight went up and down, something you might be familiar with. Each woman's job, by the way, wasn't very physical. They were teachers, students, receptionists, and so on. Clinic doctors gave them only one prescription.
Exercise. Be active for 30 minutes a day.
The unanimous choice for activity?
Walking!
And the more they walked, the more weight they lost, from 10 to 39 pounds each in the first year. Most important, the women who continued their regimen never regained their weight. Again, all that weight loss with no change in eating habits. Cutting calories, therefore, is not the only way to slim down. In fact, exercise is so effective, we'd like to do a commercial for it. All the incredible claims in this hypothetical ad are true.
Now you can tone up, trim down, and have more wow than ever before. Just be sure to exercise. It burns calories while you're doing it and keeps right on burning them after you're done. That's exercise. It makes and tones muscles for that lean and trim look. And muscle needs more calories than fat. Wanna eat a little more without showing a little more? Then exercise. It'll calm you down, pick you up, and help you think straight. It means more fat-burning enzymes and less stress. Plus, it does not build appetite. So, exercise! Today, start walking, swimming, or take up a sport. In no time, you'll look and feel better. And you'll owe it all to exercise!
Use only as directed. Void where prohibited. Whatever method you choose, do at least 30 minutes of exercise 3 times a week. And it should be aerobic, a vigorous, heart-pumping workout that burns calories. No time to exercise? Make time. And see how more productive your hours become. Whoops, speaking of time, that's about it for this side. Take a little break, then think about what you've heard. Then flip the cassette over to side number 2. It'll give you a technique you should listen to often for effective weight loss.
Arch!
Welcome to Side 2 of Losing Weight the Natural Way, a Prevention Magazine audio cassette. On Side 1 of this tape, you've learned several techniques that will help you to lose weight. However, weight loss experts know that no matter how good the techniques may be, they will not work if you don't use them. They will only work if you are motivated to use them. To help you reach your goal, we're going to learn a special and very effective technique called visualization. This technique is a tool that you can use whenever you like. a tool that will revitalize your motivation and reinvigorate your desire to stick to your weight loss program. The visualization exercise is presented in 2 stages. The first stage helps you to reach a state of deep relaxation, where your body is at rest and your mind is clear. Then you will learn a very powerful visualization technique, one that will affect you deeply at all levels of your mind. To prepare yourself for the new and unique techniques you're about to learn, it's important to put your mind in its most receptive state, one of true relaxation. Close your eyes if you like. In fact, it's better if you do shut your eyes. Shoes off, nice and relaxed. Good. The important thing is to settle back and listen as we give you a special relaxation technique. Use this technique to rid your body of tension. Called autogenic training, it prepares you physically as well as mentally. Listen to the words and repeat them to yourself. Let the feeling the words evoke flow to specific areas of your body. Again, after each phrase, there'll be a pause, so you can repeat the same phrase to yourself, several times in fact. Imagine the words as kind of a wheel going around and around in your mind. If you're distracted by something, an itch or a twitch, gently remind yourself to concentrate. The very next thing is to make your body as fully relaxed as possible. If you're sitting on a chair, allow your arms to lie gently on the armrest. Now, spread your knees a bit and place your feet very flat on the floor. Make sure there's no pressure at the backs of your legs. If you're lying down, spread your arms and legs slightly apart. That's it. Get good and comfortable. Now, with your eyes closed, allow your breathing to become slow and even. Nothing forced or unnatural. Just slow and even. With each breath, you should feel more and more relaxed. Now, focus your attention on your left hand and arm. Feel how they're gently supported by the surface they're lying on. Now, with your breathing slow and even, concentrate on your left hand and arm. Say to yourself, my left hand and arm are heavy. My left hand and arm are heavy. Repeat this to yourself several times. Note the sensations. Does your arm and hand feel heavy? Sort of tingly perhaps, and relaxed? Don't worry if that's not the case just now. The feeling will come with practice. Now, shift your focus to the other side, your right hand and arm. Again, sensing the support from below. With your eyes closed, as you breathe slow and even, repeat to yourself, my right hand and arm are heavy. My right hand and arm are heavy. As you did before, say this to yourself repeatedly. What do you feel? Is your right hand and arm heavier than before? Is there a peculiar flow or tingling? Now, focus on both sets of hands and arms and become acutely aware of how they feel. If it's difficult sensing both sides at the same time, shift your focus back and forth from one side to the other, from right to left, and then left to right. Now, as you continue to breathe slowly and evenly, repeat to yourself, my hands and arms are heavy. My hands and arms are heavy. My hands and arms are heavy. Repeat the phrase several times to yourself. Do you sense a certain heaviness? Does one side feel different than the other? Make a mental note of what's happened. Now, as you continue to breathe slowly and evenly, imagine that the relaxation in your arms is spreading throughout your body. In fact, to all parts of it. Each time you breathe out, the relaxing flow increases. Now, keeping your eyes closed, focus your attention on your left leg. Be aware of your left thigh, knee, lower leg, foot, and toes. Now, as you breathe deeply and evenly, say to yourself, my left leg is heavy. My left leg is heavy. Continue saying this several times. Now, note the way your left leg does feel. Be aware of each sensation. As you continue your relaxed and even breathing. Now, move your attention to your right leg. Again, repeat to yourself, my right leg is heavy. My right leg is heavy. Say this again and again. Note the profound relaxation in your leg as you continue to breathe slow and even. Now, focus your mind on both legs. Again, if it's difficult to sense both at the same time, shift your focus back and forth from right to left and turn left to right. With your eyes closed and your breathing slow and even, repeat, my legs are heavy. My legs are heavy. My legs are heavy. Repeat it several times. How do your legs actually feel? Is one more relaxed or heavier than the other? Be aware of each sensation. Now, focus on your arms and legs as a group. If this is difficult, shift your focus from one to the other as before. Remain alert, and with your eyes closed, repeat to yourself, my arms and legs are heavy. My arms and legs are heavy. Continue saying this several times. Letting your arms go completely limp. Be aware of how they feel. Now, let the relaxation flow throughout your body. As you continue to breathe, slowly and evenly. To deepen the feeling, imagine a sense of warmth and heaviness. Feel it flow to different areas of your body. With your mind focusing on your arms, say to yourself, my arms are heavy and warm. My arms are heavy and warm. My arms are heavy and warm. Breathing evenly and letting the warmth flow and spread. Repeat the phrase several times. Be aware of what you feel. Do you sense warmth flowing through your arms, hands, fingertips? How about a kind of heaviness? Do you feel that as well? Let the sensations deepen as you become more aware of how well and relaxed you feel. Now, focus your attention on your legs. Note how your thighs, knees, calves, and feet are feeling. Say to yourself, my legs are heavy and warm. My legs are heavy and warm. My legs are heavy and warm. Continue saying this as you breathe evenly, allowing warmth and heaviness to flow throughout your legs. Keeping your eyes closed, let your mind focus on both sets of arms and legs. Let them become heavier and more relaxed, along with a pleasant feeling of warmth. Repeat to yourself, my arms and legs are heavy and warm. My arms and legs are heavy and warm. My arms and legs are heavy and warm. Continue saying this again and again. Really examine the way your arms and legs feel. Now, let your attention roam about your entire body. Sense the warmth.
No business promoting this person as if he was.
The feeling in your arms.
No business.
Neck. The feeling in your arm. Chest. Stomach. And legs. As you breathe, deeply. Say to yourself, my body is heavy and warm.
If I have
My body is heavy and warm. My body is heavy and warm. Repeat the phrase again and again. Now mentally scan your entire body. Be aware of the heaviness, warmth, and relaxation present. Let the feelings flow and deepen. Now, as you gently enter an even deeper state of relaxation, sense the regular beat of your heart. Allow yourself to become very still and aware of your beating heart. Breathing evenly. Say to yourself, my heart is calm and regular. My heart is calm and regular. My heart is calm and regular. Repeat the phrase again and again. Now, notice how calm and quiet your body feels as you sense the slow, regular rhythm of your heart. Feel the same relaxation flow through every cell of your being. If any tense areas remain, send a soothing warmth and heaviness to that part. Breathe slowly and evenly, allowing the relaxation to spread. Now, gently prepare for the visualization sequence. Close your eyes if they're not already closed, and imagine yourself at an ideal weight. Picture yourself toned and slender and wearing a beautiful outfit, an elegant evening gown perhaps, or something more casual, even a bathing suit. Get the picture clear in your mind. Yes, there you are, looking fit and well, and feeling full of energy. Now, imagine yourself doing things right, things that maintain that image, like sitting down to a delicious meal, a dish you've prepared for yourself. Why, it's not only low in fat, it's high in nutrition. You can almost taste the fresh fruit you're having for dessert. And because of such meals, you look terrific. In fact, picture your family and friends telling you that. Now, go to the mirror and take a good, long look. Examine your face and figure. That's it. Smile. Be proud of yourself. Make that feeling of pride and the image itself very, very clear in your mind. Your body, the clothes, the great way you feel. In fact, linger there a while. Now make a slow return by concentrating on your breathing. What did such an exercise just do? It's given you a positive image that you can use when needed. Those times, for example, when you reach for a fattening food, stop for a second and summon up that image of an ideal you. Recall how great you looked and how alive you felt. That should deter you from eating something your ideal self wouldn't. Or take those days where you just don't feel like exercising. Again, recall your ideal self. Feel the energy, the vigor, and well-being, the result of regular exercise. Your ideal self enjoys it. In fact, looks forward to it. And so can you. The notion of an ideal self, of course, is just a tool, something to use. Keep in mind that in real life, you may not get all those compliments, or you may slip occasionally in your exercise or eating habits. The important thing is not to give up the ideal. Reinforce it by doing the relaxation and visualization techniques as often as possible. Progressive relaxation will most certainly reduce tension. And as for the visualization, you can vary the imagery as needed. Say your downfall is cocktail parties, the ones where you might overindulge. Picture yourself before the party, getting ready for it. You're now at the refrigerator, taking out a small salad. Calmly, you sit down and enjoy every bite. You'll also drink plenty of water, so you won't be thirsty for alcohol later on. Now you're slipping into a really great outfit. Can you see it? One you know is flattering. Well, you're at the party, feeling poised and confident, having fun. You are in control of yourself and your appetite. You are enjoying the company of your friends, enjoying the music, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Now, picture a friend coming over, offering to get you a drink. Hear yourself saying that you'll have a club soda. You don't need an alcoholic drink to have a good time. You don't need those empty calories. As your ideal self, you smile, sip the soda, and enjoy the little tingle as the bubbles touch your nose. You savor the slight tang of wine. Now see yourself at the buffet table. Picture the many platters of tempting food. Remind yourself that party food is almost always high in calories. Remember that you had something to eat before attending the party. Consciously realize that you are not actually hungry. Picture yourself gracefully moving past the cheese tray, the sour cream dip, the sliced ham, the chocolate cake. See yourself reaching for the least fattening food on the table. Take a small amount. You can apply the imagery technique to any food situation that might be troublesome. A breakfast, a luncheon, even dinner at your mother's house. Rehearse any potentially troublesome situation several times after progressive relaxation. You can't expect to behave exactly as your ideal self might, but rehearsing will help. Now, slowly begin to return to your normal waking state. Slowly stretch your fingers. Curl your toes. Move your shoulders easily up and down. Again, gently move your head from side to side. Listen to the quiet sounds around you. Feel how refreshed you feel. Now, open your eyes. You have completed the relaxation and visualization exercise. Listen to it often, and with practice, you will be able to return to the ideal you whenever you wish. To help reinforce what you have learned in your relaxed state, it would help to have a visible reminder of the wonderfully slim person you are about to become. To that end,
As I'm getting hypnotized as I'm ordering fatty foods.
fat lady. Replace it with one of you at your best weight, or of someone you'd like to look like. What you need by the fridge, you see, is not a negative, but a positive image. One you can look at and say, that's what I'm becoming. And now we conclude losing weight the natural way. One of a series of mind-body healing tapes from Prevention Magazine.
Are you getting a lot of pressure at work? Or how about, now, excuse me for asking, your personal life? Are there any fireworks there at all? Now here's a question. Do you smoke? I mean, the missus is getting after me all the time for these cigars. How about alcohol? How often do you take a nip to unwind? How about your sleeping habits? Now me, I'm sleeping like a lost all the time. Some people, though, take sleeping pills. Do you take any of those at night? Now stop me if I'm getting too personal. But how about your meals? Have you been dieting lately? I mean, you look fine, believe me. But here's another one. Exercise. Now, I'm usually running around all day chasing the dog or something. But how about you? Do you hit the gym or at least go for a walk every once in a while? Last question. Do you take any prescription or over-the-counter drugs? Now that's real important. So think about it. Well, that's about it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Fatigue Finder, and good luck on the case. Are you surprised that all those factors have something to do with fatigue? Well, don't be. Most...
One more thing, sir.
Yes?
How about chemicals or pesticides? Has the party been around those lately? Excuse me, sir, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. You asked some excellent questions.
I'll be leaving you now. Sir, again, I appreciate the time.
And again, good luck on the case.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is that the vacuum cleaner you were using?
As I was saying, most doctors diagnose fatigue as being psychological, environmental, or biological. Let's look at these possibilities one by one.
Feeling tired? It's all in your head.
Well, maybe not all in your head. Certain emotional problems can cause a real lack of energy. If you're depressed, for example, chances are you're feeling tired as well. Depression, such as that caused by divorce, death of a loved one, or any major life change, can interfere with sleep.
Oh, what time is it? 3:30. I thought it was morning.
Maybe you're waking up during the night, or rousing too early, only to find you're now up for the day. Or the reverse might be true.
The time right now is 10:55. Here with a late morning news report is Kevin Bryce.
Some depressed people sleep more than usual. What they're really doing, of course, is trying to escape from whatever it is that's getting them down. Still, another energy thief is stress. Whether it's in your personal life or on the job, constant pressure can make you tired. The reason for that is the fight or flight syndrome, a kind of inner safety valve that goes back to the days of the caveman. Faced with a wild predator, our forebears could either fight or flee, a choice that remains in today's concrete jungles. Attacked by stress or fear, the body responds with a burst of adrenaline, plus a rise in blood pressure, heart rate, and muscle tension. Without some kind of release that is either a fight or flight, the pressure mounts and the body gets tired. Other emotions that bring on fatigue?
Why do you look where you're going, you?
Anger. Or in some cases, just plain boredom. A good way to ease coiled up tension is exercise. There's nothing like a good workout to relieve the fight or flight syndrome. Sometimes, though, fatigue doesn't come from within, but from without. In other words, the environment around us. Take weather, for example. It's a nice, bright, clear summer day. The temperature's in the 90s. Great day for the beach, right? Just don't be surprised if you can't muster enough pep to drive there. Why? Because weather can sap vigor just as surely as stress or medical problems can. Dr. Edgar Folk, professor of physiology at the University of Iowa, has studied temperature effects on the body. Any extreme, he says, weather that's too hot or too cold, can rob the body of ambition. And slow it down. The same applies to humidity. A sudden drop in barometric pressure can also be tiring, particularly if you're sensitive to it. A remedy? Acclimatization. This simply calls for a gradual exposure to any extreme weather condition. If it turns very cold, for example, begin by spending a short time outdoors. Then spend longer and longer periods in the cold, and you'll soon be able to handle the chilly temperatures. Since our metabolic rate tends to rise when the mercury falls, adjusting your body to the cold can also be an energizing experience. Now, for hot weather.
It says another summer-like day today. High about 94. Humidity 72%.
Be sure to drink plenty of water on hot days to keep your body temperature down. And wear loose-fitting and lightweight clothing. Above all, don't be at odds with the environment. Live in harmony with it. A cold shower on a hot day, for example, will just tire you out. Choose a lukewarm spray instead. Make it close to room temperature, so there's no drastic change or contrast. The same notion applies to air conditioning. Going from a hot street into a cold building may seem inviting.
It'll grow so large that it'll become a moderation problem, but we'll see. It'll be like individual user creates game that is like right coded in for Nazis and alt-right, because it'll eventually they'll have like retard and they grow too often. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah. Like, this is a game for the far right. I was like, no, it's not. It's for anyone who enjoys
of not being worthy because he thinks he deserves, the praise that Christ gets. And, eventually he was kicked out of heaven because his way of life led to like extreme violence in heaven to the point where they like, look, enough is enough. We have to kick you out. Got kicked out. And now he's, the rest of the universe, they have to listen to him because they're like, well, what you did in heaven was not done here. So we have to give you.
It makes the body work harder to adjust. Another tiresome element? Noise. A noisy racket can exhaust you. And so can poor ventilation. If you have to work in a stuffy place, be sure to take a fresh air break. It'll do wonders for your mood and productivity. Finally, lifestyle. Perhaps more than any other factor, your daily routine has a profound effect on whether you feel, this is living, or, hey, this is living. The difference? Well, diet sure makes a big, what's that? Oh, you're on one of those crash diet things. Let's see, for women that's...
Fewer than 1,000 calories a day.
And for men, it's...
Fewer than 1,500 calories a day.
Great. Both of you may not be eating enough to get the energy or nutrition you need. Crash diets, they're more likely to make you crash instead, like into the nearest bed. That doesn't mean, of course, that you shouldn't be concerned about weight. Carrying a lot of extra pounds around is tough work for the body. So by all means, lose weight if you need to. Just do it slowly and sensibly. And along with a sound eating plan, how about some exercise? It'll tone you up, cut stress, and actually boost your energy level. Again, your body responds to whatever you supply it with.
Can I have this refilled, please?
Which brings us to prescription and over-the-counter drugs. Many of them can cause extreme drowsiness, so keep that in mind as a possible reason for your feeling, well, drugged. Check with your doctor or pharmacist about possible side effects, particularly with tranquilizers, high blood pressure aids, and over-the-counter remedies for colds, coughs, or allergies. And while an occasional cocktail or glass of wine won't hurt, just be aware that both alcohol and tobacco deplete the body of essential nutrients. The end result? Fatigue. Remember, too, that alcohol is a depressant. So the next day when the party's over, it's over. Oh, somebody shoot me, please. Okay, those are some of the things that can rob you of energy. Now, what can you do to restore it? Well, as a fatigue fighter, nothing beats a sound, restful sleep. Or, as the mythical Morpheus might say,
8 solid hours in my arms.
Of course, your sleep needs might be different. You might require only 6 hours a night. While your mate turns into a walking zombie with less than 9, it's best, doctors say, to follow your own natural sleep-wake patterns. In fact, there's a name for them. They're called circadian rhythms. Generally speaking, a circadian rhythm is the 25-hour cycle that regulates everything from hormone level to body temperature. This ebb and flow in all our cells is very clear when it comes to sleep. According to the circadian rhythm,
human beings sleep best at night.
The most beneficial sleep period? Many experts say it's the time just before midnight.
Oh, if I could only sleep.
As for chronic sleep disorders like insomnia that just won't quit, well, there, a doctor might help. Occasional wakefulness, though, is something you might be able to cure. But first, forget about sleeping pills. They can have a rebound effect that'll leave you feeling sluggish the next day. Or you could build up a tolerance to the drug. The result? An ever-increasing dependence on it. Instead, try this helpful advice courtesy of Dr. Fred Rogers, Professor of Family Practice and Community Health at Temple University. First, do something relaxing before bed. Try taking a warm bath or reading a good book. Avoid any thriller, though. That's too intense.
Anne felt the shadowy form behind her. Terrified, she turned as an icy hand reached for her neck.
It could keep you awake at night, just the way any real nightmare might.
That louse! He won't get away with this!
Don't call your ex-spouse, or start figuring your income tax. Clear your mind of painful thoughts, and try to be pleasantly tired. How? Well, how about a brisk evening walk, or a late afternoon bicycle ride? Avoid anything too strenuous, though, just before bedtime. A tough workout boosts your metabolism, and the energy surge could keep you awake. Also, go to sleep and wake up at the same time every day. That'll get your body into a certain pattern it'll automatically follow.
Let's see. Salami, cheese, pickles, pizza, nice and cold.
And while you shouldn't overload at bedtime, A light snack can calm the body and actually improve sleep. Carbohydrates are your best bet. That's because the glucose in such foods triggers insulin, allowing a substance called tryptophan to enter the brain. There it's converted to serotonin, which promotes relaxation and sleep. An ideal bite at bedtime, then, might be
a blueberry or corn muffin. Or why not try a breakfast cereal without milk? Then there's popcorn, cookies, not too many now, and those waffles you just toss in the toaster.
What about milk, you ask? Well, sure, it's a source of tryptophan. But milk's fat content slows the switch to serotonin. Okay, a good night's sleep is important. But if you still need an energy lift, listen to the words of a former chief executive, Harry Truman.
If I feel tired, even while in a meeting, I excuse myself and take a nap.
Wise old Harry knew the value of a good nap, all right, as did Winston Churchill, Jack Kennedy, and Tom Edison. Don't nap too long or too late in the day, though. Otherwise, your night's sleep might be ruined.
Yes, sir, the presentation's at 3 today. Don't worry, sir. I'm really up for this one. Right. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Oh, please, just let me get through it.
Sound familiar? Our tired worker might be having a post-lunch crunch, a sudden drop in energy following his midday meal. Here's how to fight such a crunch from Dr. Judith Wertman, a research scientist at MIT and author of the book, Managing Your Mind and Mood Through Food. A power eating plan, says Dr. Wertman, is one that contains more protein than it does carbohydrates. In other words, the reverse of your nighttime intake. Studies show that foods high in protein raise the flow of certain enzymes in the brain. These include dopamine and norepinephrine. The result is more vigor and mental alertness.
List A.
To help you choose foods that are more beneficial, Dr. Wertman has developed an A, B, and C list of items. The aforementioned A list contains foods that have very few fats and no carbohydrates. These include fish, particularly shellfish, chicken, without the fatty skin, of course, veal, and very lean beef.
List B.
These are low-fat dairy foods, such as cottage cheese, skimmed milk, and yogurt. Remember, it's the low-fat variety. Another B-list staple is vegetable protein. Dried peas, beans, lentils, tofu, and other foods with soybeans as their base.
List C.
C-list foods include beef, lamb, pork, and pork products, lunch meats, organ meats, whole milk, and regular yogurt. Now, these may be high in protein, but they're also high in fat. The catch is, fat slows their absorption into your system, so you won't get the burst of energy you need. By eating foods from the A and B list for lunch, you can boost both your energy and alertness. Let's look at a midday menu that's packed with power.
3 to 4 ounces of lean roast beef, 2 slices of whole grain bread or a bagel or a roll, 1 sliced tomato, a small cup of sherbet, and finally an 8-ounce glass of low-fat milk.
As for coffee, tea, or other caffeinated drinks, they can pep up performance. Just don't go on a Java jag. Oh yes, the vending machines, big, bright, just filled with little goodies. That candy bar, oh sure, it'll raise your blood sugar level. You may get a brief energy burst. But then, as we've learned, carbohydrates tend to promote feelings of fatigue. A better and more enduring pick-me-up is a brisk 10-minute stroll. In a study done at California State University, subjects rated their energy level after eating a typical-sized candy bar, and then after walking for 10 minutes. The results? While the candy provided an overall lift of about 20 minutes, that was nothing compared to the walk. Stretching their legs invigorated the walkers for a much longer period of time. Okay, forget sweet, you say. What you need are vitamins, lots of them. Well, first of all, there's no magic pill that can cure chronic fatigue. And that includes even a megavitamin tablet. Too many, in fact, can be harmful. As one nutritionist points out, vitamins are called supplements for good reason. They're meant to, well, supplement a sensible diet, not to replace a variety of wholesome foods. The basic fatigue fighting plan? Well, as we've said, a good night's sleep is your best weapon. Reinforce that with a nap when you need one. Power your lunch with plenty of high protein. And for the coup de grace, give fatigue the boot with a brisk walk. Now, turn this cassette over to side 2 for a mental technique that'll give you even more vitality.
Are you sure this was the vacuum cleaner you were using at the time the robbery was committed?
On side 2 of this mind-body healing tape, you will discover a wonderful mental exercise. It was developed by Dr. Errol R. Korn, a board-certified doctor of internal medicine and gastroenterology. He has developed techniques that relax and energize. These exercises should be repeated often to help you develop a deep reserve of energy. They also can be performed whenever you need a lift, sort of energy on tap. Now, let's begin. First, move into a comfortable position. Loosen any restrictive clothing. Make sure your arms and legs are uncrossed. Now, simply close your eyes. 85% of the external world is perceived through vision. And when you block out external vision, you begin to focus more easily on your own inner self. As you go through this experience, you may periodically find your mind wandering. This is perfectly natural and will not in any way interfere with the benefit you gain from this experience. When you realize your mind is wandering, just gently and easily bring it back to the sound of my voice. Excessive stress is the most vicious culprit in robbing you of your energy and leading to long-standing fatigue. The relaxation exercise you are about to experience, if practiced every day, will eliminate the adverse effects of excessive stress and enable you to use your full potential of high-energy living. Focus your mind on your feet and allow them to feel whatever they feel when I say to you the word, relax. It may be lightness, heaviness, coolness, or warmth. It may be a numbness or tingling. Or perhaps at first, you may not feel anything at all. Be assured that relaxation is taking place at a very deep level of your mind and body, even if it happens to such small degree that you do not consciously perceive it at this time. Rest assured that with practice, the relaxation will become an easily perceivable way of life. Now, allow the relaxation to travel up into the lower part of your legs. Feel how comfortable your legs can feel as they relax. Permit the relaxation to move into the upper part of your legs and allow this area to relax. Allow the wave of relaxation to move slowly but surely into your lower back and abdomen. Feel these areas now becoming loose, limp, comfortable. Allow every breath you take to enable you to feel more comfortable. And allow every sound you hear to enable you to become more comfortable. Allow every moment of time that passes to enable you to feel more comfortable. Let the wave of relaxation and comfort move up into your chest. And the breathing that has become more comfortable at this point can even become more comfortable. Now, allow the relaxation to spread into your shoulders. Feel how comfortable it is to just let them relax. Let the relaxation travel from your shoulders down through your arms into your hands and fingers, so your arms are loose and limp, just like a rag doll. the relaxation spread into an area in which we all hold a great deal of tension. The neck. Allow your neck to become completely relaxed. You may want to slowly, very slowly, move your head around on your neck so your neck relaxes even more. Now, let the relaxation spread into another area of tension, the jaw. Allow your jaw to just drop and feel how comfortable that relaxation feels. Now, let the relaxation spread to the rest of your face, allowing every part of your face to become loose, limp, and relaxed. Allow every breath you take to continue to relax you even more. Allow every moment that passes to relax you even more. Every sound you hear to enable you to relax even more. When you enter this state of relaxation every day, you change the way your body works, that is, its physiology, to a state exactly the opposite of stress. This state of relaxation helps eliminate the adverse effects of stress and lets you experience the high energy potential that is your true heritage. Now, while you are in this relaxed state, I would like you to learn a few skills and techniques that will be useful to you even during your usual waking state. These skills and techniques, when practiced in this state of relaxation, become indelibly intertwined with relaxation at the deepest levels of your subconscious mind. Then, during your usual waking state, by just repeating these techniques, without even going through a deep relaxation, relaxation indeed will take place. As with any skills, the more you use them and the more you practice them, the more effective they will be. You can rid yourself of excessive stress, feel safe from unwanted events, and develop a place to literally pull yourself together by imagining a place of safety. Great athletes use this device to develop what they call a cocoon around themselves, to protect them and give them strength and energy during their performances. You can use a similar technique to help give you strength and energy during your everyday life. Think of the words peace, safety, comfort, and happiness. Peace, safety, comfort, happiness. Think of a place that means as many of those characteristics as possible to you. It may be a place that you visited often, or one that you visited only in the distant past. Or it may be one that is totally imaginary. Allow the first place that comes to your mind to be that place. Put yourself in this place as vividly as you can. Use all of your senses. See, or visualize in your mind's eye everything there is to see. Look up, down, left, right, in front of you. Turn around and look behind you. Look at things, in things, through things. Appreciate the sounds, the natural sounds emitted by this place, as well as the sound you make as you move around in this place. Touch and feel. Touch objects and things in your surroundings. If you are outside, feel the wind, if there is any. Feel textures and temperatures. If there are any aromas, appreciate these. If there is anything to taste, do so. Put yourself as completely into this place as possible. Scientific studies have shown that when you vividly image something, your mind and body interpret it as being real and act accordingly. The more vividly you imagine yourself in this place, the more your mind will believe it is real and will associate this place with peace, safety, comfort, happiness, and relaxation. Now, spend a few more moments fully appreciating this place. In addition to the mental technique of the place of safety and comfort you've just experienced, you can also use physical techniques or cues, which act as shortcuts to experiencing energy, relaxation, and even to help put yourself to sleep. Now, while you're in the state of comfort and relaxation, a state in which you are building up a tremendous amount of energy to be used when you return to your usual waking state, take your non-dominant hand, the left one in most people, and touch your thumb and a finger together. Spend a few moments touching your thumb and finger together, and don't let them come apart until I instruct you to do so. As you spend these few moments in this physical position, with your thumb and finger touching, your mind interprets this physical maneuver to be a signal of the way you feel at this moment, relaxed and comfortable. Practice this cue several times while in this relaxed state, so that in the future, just touching your thumb and finger together while you are in your usual waking state can bring on a degree of relaxation and comfort. Eventually, with practice and use, this degree of comfort can become as profound as the degree of relaxation and comfort you experience while practicing in this relaxed state. Continue to allow every breath you take to enable you to feel more comfortable. Allow every sound you hear to enable you to become more comfortable. Allow every moment that passes to enable you to become more comfortable. Now, relax the hand in which you had your thumb and finger touching. Scientists have shown that imagining an event vividly is interpreted by your mind as though you were really experiencing that event. Scientists have also shown that imagining something very vividly can set your mind into action, that you can actually realize what you have been imagining. This is not idle daydreaming. This is telling your mind precisely what it is you want, and trusting your mind to lead you wherever it must to accomplish this goal. To realize your goal of high energy living, picture what high energy means to you. Imagine yourself in a situation, one that is reasonable for you to be in which you unmistakably are feeling and behaving in a way that could only be possible if you were feeling vigorous, energetic, strong. Just allow that place to come to mind. If that is somewhat difficult, imagine that you are watching yourself in a movie or on television. As before, use all your senses here. See everything there is to see. Particularly, see your attitudes and movements. Also, hear the sounds, feel the temperatures, textures, and movement. Smell the aromas. Taste anything there is to taste. Actually feel your own consciousness merge and become that person you are looking at. When you accomplish this, you are experiencing the high energy scene. Now, as you spend the last few moments of this exercise fully experiencing yourself as a high energy person, I'm going to repeat some high. When you hear these affirmations in this relaxed state, they will go directly to your subconscious mind, where they will begin to take hold and magnify and grow, and eventually become your way of being. At another time, if you wish, you can listen to this part of the tape in your usual waking state. Write down the affirmations on an index card and place them all around your house, your office, your automobile, and any other place that you frequently go to during the day. This will reinforce the power of these affirmations that I am about to recite to you. As I recite the affirmations of strength and energy, continue to picture yourself in this scene of unmistakable high energy living. You are energetic. You are enthusiastic. Every day, you have more and more energy. You are happy with yourself. You are happy with life. You sleep well. You awaken each morning vigorous and full of energy. You act enthusiastically. You feel stronger and stronger every day. You move with energy and strength. You exude vitality. Begin bringing energy into your relaxed body with each breath. Become aware of all the parts of your body. Become aware of your clothing and the room around you and the time and place. When you are completely in the here and now, you are still calm and peaceful. Add to the serenity the feelings of high energy, enthusiasm, and vigor. Now, simply open your eyes. Listen to this exercise each and every day. Using these techniques, you soon will feel energetic and alert, ready for almost any task. You will be, in fact, fatigue-free.
This, then, is the conclusion of Fatigue Free. We hope you have enjoyed this tape.
Crept its way into the power centers of the West. It has not materially improved our life. In fact, it's done the exact opposite. And I encourage everyone in the audience, have the courage to call out what you know to be true. It's not like Islamophobic to say.
The online hate campaign to silence this point of view. Like, you are not allowed, at least as a conservative or a right winger or somebody who's perceived to be on the right side of the aisle, to be in any way soft on Muslims. My God, it's like, you know what? Fuck off. I'll be whatever I want to be. And if I want to reevaluate any POVs at 55, I'll do it. Too bad. Yeah, look what's happening in London. You don't have to go far to find out what's happening.
Do you feel like there is more?
Okay, so this was I'm gonna post this. This is from. This is amazing. I have a ton of people I've gone to work with and know that are Muslim. I've never had a single issue, not a single one. But what I do have a problem with is what I'm seeing happening with the takeover on the Red and Green Alliance on the left, and candid.
Are aware of and critical of Jewish supremacy? What percent are aware of but obfuscate on behalf of Jewish supremacy? And what percent of the country do you think is completely oblivious to all of this taking place in the first place?
Well,
Well, the last part's probably pretty big, but I don't really know the percentages, my friend. I do think that we're. It's a great awakening is you can only inspire people with guilt for so long. You know, earlier what you were talking about has a name. It's cultural relativism. And if you turn the chessboard around, you need to promote these ideas if you want to destroy civilization. What have we been talking about? What does everything, if you can run a thread through everything we're talking about, now, first of all, it is Jewish supremacy. I think that it is a gentle euphemism just to call it Bolshevism because these people are actually wedded to no ideology whatsoever. It's just outgroup psychopathy. They wield ideas as clumsily as a monkey would wield a radio for a hammer. It just doesn't matter as long as it knocks you out. So what are we talking about? We're talking about demoralization. So the people that our friend here was just talking about that are sort of selling the other side. Those are the people, you've heard me say this before, who have had the strings of guilt strung across their soul and the enemy is playing them like a virtuoso. And what do they say? I want to be a good person. I want to be liked by this power structure. Well, these people have always existed. This is called demoralization. And the whole point, of course, of establishing a tyranny or authoritarianism for all of time is to demoralize everyone. You all heard me say this because if we still have our morals, we will rise up. So I'm not really concerned with the coward. I'm not really concerned with the rightless poltroon. I'm concerned with the rest of us because we know everything they say just doesn't stand on its head. Like math, the equation doesn't work frontwards and backwards. It doesn't work for them. For instance, cultural relativism. If you say there's nothing special about your culture opposed to others, how would you know? What standard of measurement would you use? In fact, Western civilization towers over the rest of civilization so immeasurably that even the average person living in it doesn't comprehend it, and of course some of that is due to the malevolence of the people that we're talking about. But I'm really more interested for the purpose of...
How retarded are you? Do you know anything about Jewish philosophy? Anything at all about Jewish philosophy?
Right, right.
Oh, you're the supremacist. You're the Nazi. Got it. Okay. How retarded are you? Do you know anything about Jewish philosophy? We got him! We got him!
The retarded person...
We got them! We broke their hypnosis!
This is their methodology.
We got them! 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 We got them!
Us to forget it. They want us to give up on it.
Forget it and forgive. Let it all go. You're obsessed with Jews. No Jews, no news. Oh, that's the Catholic Church, sir. That's the Catholic Church, sir. These people are fucking whack. What the fuck?
Hello, and welcome to another in a series of mind-body healing tapes from Prevention Magazine. During the course of this tape, you'll learn how to remember names, places, facts, numbers, directions, and lists. You'll master techniques giving you a super memory. So you'll no longer mislay items, wonder if you left the stove on, or even,
I know that person. Why can't I remember her name?
on this side of the cassette, you'll learn that memory is not something that fades with time, but is a skill that can actually improve with age. Did you know that a brief stroll and a round of Scrabble can keep your memory cells young? and your recall ability from getting rusty. Well, they can, and you'll learn why. You'll also learn how to make memories more indelible by linking them to certain visual, verbal, and sensory cues. By paying attention, and with a little practice, you'll connect faces with names.
Why, if it isn't Art Brandhorst and his wife Cindy, how are you?
Recall lists.
Yes, I'd like to rent Jaws 2, Star Trek 3, Rocky, Superman 4, and The Revenge of the Nerds.
Remember phone numbers.
1-800-792-6733.
What you read.
As Shakespeare once wrote,
The
glory
ones
is like a
known
circle
as
in
the
the water,
police.
which never ceases to enlarge itself.
Where you put things.
The instruction book, in the hall closet, top shelf, gray box, left side.
Then, on side 2, you'll learn a technique you can use every day to reduce tension and anxiety. 2 things that can often cloud your ability to remember. For now, though, let's take a cold, hard look at memory lapses. Those annoying bouts of forgetfulness that nearly everyone has. Take Jerry, for example. The other day, he left his keys at his favorite restaurant.
Excuse me, I think those are mine. Oops, I'm sorry. Pardon me, please.
His parents' wedding anniversary?
It's okay, son. Dad and I know how busy you are.
Sometimes, Jerry forgets where he puts his glasses, or where he parked his car. Then, last week, he was introducing his wife to a coworker of his when...
Oh, Jan, I'd like you to meet, Mike Fuller. Nice to meet you, Jan. Mike, of course. How could I forget? Yeah, how could I forget?
Is there something wrong with Jerry? Do all those memory lapses mean he's growing old, or even a bit senile? Well, the truth is, people of all ages forget things. Names, numbers, things that are too complex, or just aren't them. We also forget when we feel excited, frightened, distracted, nervous, tired, or rushed. Think back to when you were a kid, and in the heat of a game, you dashed out in the street, forgetting about traffic. Stage fright? That's caused many an opening line to just vanish, no matter how well the line was rehearsed. And rushing.
Look, I'm late. I've got to get going. I can't miss that appointment.
Well, that often leads to things getting left behind or misplaced. The point is, excitement, tension, haste, all make for memory lapses, regardless of age. In fact, only about 15% of those aged 65 or older suffer memory loss due to a health problem like Alzheimer's disease. So don't worry about occasional lapses if they don't mar your daily routine. On the other hand, if you can't remember the day of the week, or keep forgetting your daughter's name, it may be wise to see a neurologist. Your memory lapses might be caused by less serious factors.
Addition, division, can you even run a basic calculation? Nope. Struggle's getting ripped off soon after Abu Nisbet and Liberation
All can leave you feeling drowsy or confused and impair memory.
More data just came in. Better bone up on these as soon as possible.
Your memory can also stall if it's overloaded, or if you have too much stress or too little sleep. But again, keep in mind that you can't wear out your memory like an old tire, nor does it fade like an old photograph. Experts say you can learn new facts or skills at any age, and you can retain it for the same length of time as when you were young. In fact, some parts of your memory actually improve with age, including its power to solve problems and form complex sentences. Think of all the not-so-young scientists, inventors, and authors. What then causes certain facts to be slow in coming?
What's the name of that town? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Episodes which seem to occur more as we get older. Dr. Michael Epstein, a psychologist at Rider College, gives this reason. Think of your memory system, he says, as a computer. With every passing year, you collect more memories. That means when you want to recall something, it takes a bit longer to scan what's on file and transmit it to your consciousness. Maybe that's why the town you couldn't think of will suddenly pop up unexpectedly.
Bridgeville, of course.
So, is there anything you can do to speed up the computer? The answer is a definite yes. One memory mobilizer is physical activity. Exercise pumps more oxygen to your brain, fueling its billions of neurons, or memory chips, if you will. Want a super memory? Get your body moving. A brisk walk or stroll through the park, for example. Getting out, in fact, adds another benefit. The sights you see, whether it's some kids playing or a guy roughhousing with his dog, may bring forgotten memories to the surface or give you something new to think about. So while the physical movement is fueling your brain, what you observe is adding new input to your mental computer. And input is vital to memory. Next, how's your social life? Gathering with friends and exchanging thoughts and ideas is another memory tonic, as are hobbies and different interests. If you spend the day pretty much alone doing the same old thing, almost nothing will be memorable. You read the paper,
At 8:30.
eat the same lunch,
At noon.
watch the soaps,
At 3.
make no special plans, do nothing different. Well, what's there to add to all those old memory chips, huh? In other words,
No input.
no memory.
Lack of psychological stimulation is the start of memory decay.
So says Dr. Kurt Sandman, co-director of the Memory Disorders Clinic at the University of California. Indeed, boredom is memory's chief enemy. In Dr. Sandman's studies, for example, are patients whose memories are quite limited. When they did something out of the ordinary, though, like going on a picnic or an outing, they recalled that day very clearly. When they did nothing special, however, well, that day was often a blank. Why does something stimulating jog our memory cells?
Oh, look who it is!
Let's take a quick tour through the brain's memory system. Well, here we are inside the most mysterious and complex of all human organs, the brain. Surrounding us are billions of nerve cells, or neurons, which are essential to memory. Neurons look a bit like long-handled brooms that sweep incoming data through.
I would just wait and then do whatever they want.
Hey, I hate to interrupt. I just want to say you guys are all brain rotted out. This is like a chillism room now. All of Andrew's rooms are basically chillism, brain rot, retard rooms.
The handle part is called an axon. The bristles at the other end, meanwhile, are called dendrites. Neurons don't just float idly about, by the way. They communicate with each other. Any sensory input appears as an electrical signal. In a flash, the signal shoots down the axon, or broom handle, until it meets the dendrites. Special chemicals, meanwhile, relay the signal to a neighboring neuron. Finally, science believes the signal is stored as a memory in these tiny dendrite branches. Now let's trace the actual making of a memory. Say you encounter some new information, a new song perhaps. It enters your ears, then flows into your brain, where it's transformed into the signal we mentioned. When it hits certain dendrites, the basic structure of the neuron is changed forever. The memory is now permanently stored. So when you hear the song again, the dendrite memory chips are activated. And voila!
Oh, I know that song.
catch, though, is that we stop producing neurons by the time we reach the age of 30. But here's the good news. Studies show that if you're active and continue to stimulate the old noggin, you can create new dendrites in your brain. Your memory bank can stay strong and healthy all your life. How do you stimulate your brain? Well, you don't need to study thermodynamics or try to speak Swahili. Simply reminiscing can give your powers of recall a lift. One study showed that when older people spoke about their past and the people in their lives, it sparked certain kinds of memory power. Of course, you can do a more strenuous memory workout. Games like Scrabble, Bridge, Trivial Pursuit all keep your retrieval skills nice and sharp. They involve specific information. Now, here's how to sharpen your memory in areas not so trivial. First, try to be acutely aware of your surroundings. Or, as Samuel Johnson once said,
The art of memory is the art of paying attention.
If you can't remember where you parked your car, for instance, you probably focus too much on where you were headed. Keep forgetting to put the gas cap back on the tank? You were probably thinking,
Let's see, should I charge it or pay cash?
to really remember that cap, you've got to concentrate on it, fully. It's what one memory expert calls
Learning to shift from automatic pilot to manual.
that parking lot that seems to swallow up cars like the Bermuda Triangle. Examine it consciously. Let every landmark be stored in those data-hungry dendrites. Mixing a recipe? Give it your full attention. Not while
You're kidding! Frank said that?
talking on the phone. Otherwise,
Oh, wait a second. Did I put in the egg yolk?
really concentrate on each task. Shut off. I say, shut off any distraction like the TV set. There. But you're not done yet. You need to be sure that what you want to record is deeply processed in your brain. And the deeper, the better. Start by deepening your short-term memory. The one that holds a small bit of material somewhat briefly.
Here it is. Arrow Cab 65450.
This short-term or working memory lets you recall a number you looked up. Till you dial it.
Arrow cab.
Then it's forgotten. It's believed you can manage 6 or 7 items, like the digits in a phone number or zip code, using your short-term memory. But what if it's a figure you want to store permanently in your mind? In that case, you need to transfer it to your long-term memory. A vast library of ideas that goes all the way back into time. Long-term memory covers everything from your first kiss to how to tie your shoes. Once stored in your long-term bank, these memories remain with you, safe and sound. As we get older, it's the short term that's not so safe.
I can remember my first car, the first moon landing. But darn it, why can't I remember what I had for breakfast this morning?
The answer is simple. Meaningful or landmark events make it to your long-term memory bank. A common everyday breakfast doesn't. On the other hand, if you dined on Eggs Benedict, let's say, on a balcony overlooking the sea,
Would you like some more coffee, dear?
and with an attractive companion, well, chances are you'd remember every detail of that morning. Events that are striking, experts say, make a deeper impression on the mind. The idea, then, is to make your memories as colorful as possible. Example, okay, say you want to remember someone you just met. Try reenacting that meeting in your mind. Ideally, you weren't, well, nosy, but you did learn certain things about them. You asked,
So, are you originally from this area? What kind of work do you do? How about your spare time? What do you do for fun? I've been admiring your watch. Is that an antique? I'm glad Bob introduced us. Have you known him very long?
It's a safe bet that when you leave, you won't forget that person's name. Why? Because by collecting lots of information, you stored and mentally coded certain cues. Data that's linked to other info already filed in your memory bank. Later, just thinking of the cues, a city, occupation, friends you have in common, will bring a more vivid memory of the person you met. There's some evidence, in fact, that association may change the neurochemical structure of the brain. Of course, remembering this way is not a new idea. The ancient Greeks used association to help them recall long speeches and stories. The association techniques were called mnemonics, after Mnemosyne, the Greek goddess of memory, and the idea is still valid today. One version of mnemonics uses the fact that nearly half of us are predominantly verbal. That is, we're attuned not only to words, but also to rhythms and rhyme. That's why we remember catchy little jingles like,
Flop, flop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is.
and who can forget?
30 days hath September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 30.
For recalling the number of days in a month. Do names give you a tough time? Try remembering them with a rhyme.
Barbara Ann Porter, her boyfriend Shorter. E.J. Stalker, half off his rocker.
Doesn't make any difference how silly they are, as long as they make sense to you. Ever take piano lessons? Then you're likely to recall, every good boy does fine, or deserves fudge. The first letter of each word stands for the notes in the musical scale. You can use this same method to recall names. Say those in your aerobics class. Let's see. There's Martha, Kathy, Ellen, Diane, Geraldine, and Sandy. How about most cats eat dinner generally at 7? No? Well, I think you get the idea at least. Okay, now for numbers. Try placing them in smaller units, or what's called chunking.
400789990.
Wow. How about 478,990? Or you could try to visualize a number. Mental imagery is one of the most powerful of memory tools. Research shows that when something is shown in a visually distinctive way, it stays in the mind longer. Try using your mind as a camera. Need to recall 33F? Maybe it's your seat at a ball game. Imagine a seat with 33 frogs sitting on it, all wearing jerseys with the number 33 on them. Again, the more bizarre an image is, the more memorable it is. A super memory, you've got to look, listen, associate. When you meet someone new, for example, be sure and look right at them. Search the face for a prominent feature, heavy eyebrows, a mustache, or some other physical trademark. Next, listen. Really focus on the name. Does it remind you of something? Or sound like something else to you?
Hi, the name's Howard Bryson. Jack's told me a lot about you.
Bryson. Sounds a bit like bright sun. Okay, now the third part. Associate. Connect the outstanding feature with what the name reminds you of. How about a bright sun with a mustache or heavy eyebrows? That's okay, let your thoughts run wild. Create an unforgettable image. And besides your visual sense, don't forget sound, touch, smell, and taste. When French author Marcel Proust bit into a certain cookie, for instance, it triggered enough memories to fill 4 volumes.
Even if one lives under the equivalent of a bell jar, associations of ideas, memories, continue to act upon us.
A classic work. In fact, aptly called
Remembrance of things past.
The point is, the more senses you use to record a memory, the better your chances are of recalling it. Think of what happens when you smell honeysuckle, hear kids splashing in a stream, or taste a plump, juicy tomato fresh from the vine. Take you back a summer or two? Well, you're not alone. Use this aspect of your brain to build future memories. Again, employ as many senses as you can to vividly record an event. Before leaving home, see yourself locking the back door. Hear the rattle of the lock and the of the light switch. Smell the dish of food you left behind for the cat. Feel the cold metal of the steam iron to be sure it's safe and unplugged. Later, you're bound to remember that you did all these things. Of course, whenever you can, write something down. Making lists zeroes in your attention and uses both visual and audio cues if you repeat it.
Tuesday, run errands.
Be more specific.
Tuesday, go to cleaners, deposit check, stop by jewelers.
That's better. And be sure to stick that list where you can see it. But if writing is inconvenient, use the loci or location method. What you do is associate your to-do list with familiar locations, say the rooms in your house. Now, suppose you want to remember a series of tasks that must be done before you go on vacation. At your front door, think, leave the key with the neighbors.
Walk it back down.
At your reading chair, think, cancel the newspaper. At the back door, think, call the kennel. To help you remember to perform each task on your list, just leave your house. These special locations will jog your memory. All that done, now you can relax and catch up on your reading, which is another area vital to memory. How can you recall more of what you read? One way experts say is to test yourself. Okay, you've read the paper thoroughly. Now, give yourself a multiple choice quiz.
The city of Gdansk is in Denmark, Poland, or Russia.
Multiple choice questions can cue up the correct answer. When you hear Poland, it will sound correct, just like magic. And, just like a magician, you can also use props to make vanishing memories reappear. Need to take medication at a certain hour? Place the pill bottle in the sink. Or that letter you absolutely have to mail. Lay it right on top of your purse. It appears, and presto, abracadabra. So does the connecting thought and action. Switch gears, though, when it comes to everyday items. Put keys, glasses, things you need for work, in a regular and expected spot. Simple organizing helps cut the stress that comes with, why can't I remember? Tension, as we've said, can really blot memory. To boost your memory power, you've got to stay mentally calm and physically active. You need to know how your brain and memory cells operate, and how to use all your senses to feed your memory system. You need to stop, listen, associate, and use little tricks here and there when needed. But let's get back to relaxing. To learn more about that, turn to side 2 of this tape and get set to enter an extraordinary frame of mind. It's just the edge you need in acquiring a super memory.
Hello? Hello?
God talking about he wanted, that man ain't never wanted a kid. Like, nah, you know, that man never wanted another kid. So it genuinely caught me off guard. I wasn't trying to be messy. How am I supposed to know that you talked to her? I did not know that. But apparently Drew knew, didn't tell me. Drew started laughing. I'm laughing. And I'm thinking we just having a laugh because we know what he said in the private. You know, I didn't think that he thought we were laughing at him because we knew that he was trying to talk to this girl and we just fucked it up. Did not know that. Right hand to God. So now that makes sense. Drew don't be knowing how to tell a damn story. Okay? Because Drew, you should have been put that together that way.
I mean, I didn't think about it though, because I'm just thinking like, who will be that? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So who would be that man? You know what I'm saying?
But what? So my question that you didn't understand was what? How does that connect with my question to Drew? So what's all the animosity towards Drew?
Because he thinks that Drew had told.
Welcome to Side 2 of Supermemory, where you will learn how to develop and sharpen your memory. Now, let's begin. First, move into a comfortable position. Loosen any restrictive clothing, and make sure your arms and legs are uncrossed. Now, simply close your eyes. 85% of the external world is perceived through vision. And when you block out external vision, you begin to focus more easily on your own inner self. As you go through this experience, you may periodically find your mind wandering. This is perfectly natural and will not in any way interfere with the benefit you gain from this experience. When you realize your mind is wandering, just gently and easily bring it back to the sound of my voice. Stress, tension, and anxiety interfere with your development of a supermemory. The relaxation exercises you are about to do effect excessive stress and enable you to use your full capacity to remember. Focus your mind on your feet. Allow them to feel whatever they feel when I say the word relax. It may be lightness, heaviness, coldness, warmth. It may be a numbness or tingling. Or perhaps at first you may not feel anything. Be assured that relaxation is taking place at a very deep level of your mind and body, even if it happens to such a small degree that you do not consciously perceive it at this time. Rest assured that with practice, the relaxation will become an easily perceivable way of life. Now, allow the relaxation.
It's not. Oh,
dang! Part of your legs. Feel how comfortable your legs can feel as they relax. Now permit the relaxation to move into the upper part of your legs and allow this area to relax. Now, allow the
relaxation to move slowly but truly into your lower back and abdomen. Feel these areas now becoming loose and limp, comfortable. Allow every breath you take to enable you to feel more comfortable. Allow every sound you hear to enable you to become more comfortable. Allow every moment of time that passes to enable you to feel more comfortable. Now, let the wave of relaxation and comfort move up into your chest, and the breathing that has become comfortable at this point can even become more comfortable. Let the relaxation spread into your shoulders. Feel how comfortable it is. Let the relaxation travel from your shoulders down through your arms, into your hands and fingers, so your arms are loose and limp, just like a rag doll. Now, let the relaxation spread into an area where you know there is a great deal of tension. The neck. Allow your neck to become completely relaxed. You may want to slowly, very slowly, move your head around so your neck relaxes even more. Let the relaxation spread into another area of tension, the jaw. Allow your jaw to just drop and feel how comfortable that relaxation feels. Let the relaxation spread to the rest of your face, allowing every part of your face to become loose, limp, and relaxed. Let the relaxation spread into your head and mind, so that your mind becomes receptive to retaining new experiences and developing your super memory. Allow every breath you take to continue
Every
to relax
breath you take.
and allow every moment to relax you even more. Allow every sound you hear to relax you even more. When you enter the state of relaxation every day, you change the way your body works. That is, its physiology, to a state exactly the opposite of stress. This state of relaxation helps eliminate the adverse effects of stress and allows you to develop your super memory. While you are in this relaxed state, I would like you to learn a few skills and techniques that will be useful to you in developing a super memory, even when used during your usual waking state. These skills and techniques, once practiced in the state of relaxation, become indelibly intertwined with relaxation in the deepest levels of your subconscious mind. Then, during your usual waking state, by just repeating these techniques without even going through a deep relaxation, relaxation indeed will take place. As with any skill, the more you use it and the more you practice it, the more effective it will be. In these exercises, we will use the power of imagery. Scientists have shown that imagining an event vividly is interpreted by your mind as if you were really experiencing that event. Scientists have also shown that imagining something very vividly can set your mind into action, so you can actually realize what you have just been imagining. Imagery, in part, consists of visualizations, that is, seeing pictures with your mind's eye. Some of you may not be able to see pictures clearly, but even then, you can imagine their essence. This type of imagery is just as effective as vivid visual imagery. However, we also feel in our images. We touch things, and we feel the sensations and emotions associated with the image. We hear, taste, and smell things in our imagery. Use of all these senses will make the imagery much more potent and much more effective. If you have some difficulty in conjuring an image, the following practice will be helpful for you. You may want to repeat this over and over.
This is just like a Happy Pride Month, Andrew. Are you going cruising at the Pride Parade this year? And don't forget, your room is like a chillism room. It's brain rot, bro. You got brain rot.
Yeah, and it wasn't even, what we were discussing specifically wasn't even harmful to anything Muslim, so I don't know why they couldn't just like...
basic points that weren't even contentious, like it's just like, what the heck?
Right, yeah, they just...
Well, what was the point of contention? What was the...
Hello?
Before going any further, first, imagine a pet or a very, very good childhood friend. See that person or pet in a usual setting. Allow the person or animal to move around. Interact with the person or pet. Also, as mentioned before, hear the sounds, touch, and feel.
Hey, Daddy Money, boss bunch out, saltiness ho gaya kutte.
And smell. Develop an image of the home you now live in.
Shut up.
Or any home that you've had in the past, that you had particular fondness for. As you were instructed before, look, move around, feel, hear, smell. If there is anything in the house to taste, by all means, go ahead, taste it. Imagine some very special clothing that you have. Or would like to have in the future, or have worn in the past. Feel yourself put the clothing on, and look at yourself in a mirror wearing the clothes. Move around in them. Imagine them from all angles. At this time, I would like to lead you through an exercise to help you apply these techniques in a specific, hypothetical situation. Suppose, for example, you are experiencing a typical tip-of-the-tongue episode of forgetfulness, such as introducing someone whose name slips your mind. What usually happens in this situation is that you tense up, criticize yourself for your forgetfulness, and thereby further block your memory power. Instead of panicking and blocking your memory power, you can imagine yourself untensing and then unblocking your memory. In order to relax in your usual waking state, we are going to use the physical technique of a cue. This technique provides a shortcut to experiencing relaxation. Now, while you are in a state of comfort and relaxation, a state in which memory and retention naturally develop, take your non-dominant hand, the left one in most people, and touch your thumb and a finger together. Spend a few moments touching this thumb and finger together, and don't let them come apart until I instruct you to do so. As you spend these few moments in this physical position, with your thumb and finger touching, your mind interprets this physical maneuver as a signal of the way you feel at this time. Relaxed and comfortable. Practice this cue frequently while in this relaxed state, so that in the future, just touching your thumb and finger together while you are in your usual waking state can bring on relaxation and comfort. Eventually, with practice and use, the degree of comfort you feel when in the waking state can be as profound as the relaxation and the comfort you experience while practicing in this relaxed state. Now, while using this cue, imagine trying to introduce that person. Imagine the person's name as blocked from you by actual blocks. Now, imagine that you remove the blocks one by one. As you remove the blocks, you become even more deeply relaxed, and you begin to remember and see the person's name. You may see it on a sign, or on a television screen, or as a picture. The name Carol Baldwin may appear as a picture of people singing Christmas carols around a Baldwin piano. If you associated her name with this picture when you first met her. An alternative to this is to have the blocks with letters on them. And the more you relax, the more these blocks rearrange themselves to spell the person's name. At this point, practice either or both of these methods, so they will be useful to you at a later time in your usual waking state. Now, let your thumb and finger move apart and allow your hand to completely relax. Continue to allow each breath you take to enable you to feel more comfortable, and allow every sound you hear to enable you to become more comfortable, and allow every moment of time that passes
Yes?
to enable you
Yes?
to become
Yes?
comfortable. As you learn on the other side of the tape, events that are very striking when they occur
Yes?
leave deeper marks in our memories and make these memories indelible. It was suggested that if you want to remember someone you've just met, you could relive or rehearse the meeting. And by reliving the event, It becomes indelibly imprinted in your mind. Remember the metaphor that associations are like fishing hooks. They catch buried memories lurking below your consciousness.
Yes?
Let's imagine an actual fish hook, fishing for a buried memory below your consciousness. For practice, think of a meal that you had in the last week or two, one that you don't remember at the present time. Imagine the fishing hook going into the pool of memories, catching a memory, reeling up the memory. The memory is the recollection of the contents of the meal. And retrieved, it may appear as a picture or as a list of foods in the meal. Practice this technique for other memories you'd like to recall. Try to hook the answer to a question you may not have been able to retrieve. Someone's name, particular fact, or anything else that has eluded you. Remember again, by practicing these techniques while you are in this relaxed state, they will become more easily usable in your usual waking state. The more you practice, the more potent they become. Here is another imagery method to enable you to perfect your memory. Imagine yourself sitting in front of a television set. You are very comfortable, in a comfortable chair. The scene may be something completely imaginary, or it may be in a favorite room in your house. No, think of something you would like to remember. When you first practiced this exercise, think of something that you really do know, but that you just can't remember right now. Perhaps the author of a book you've read, or the name of an old television show. Later, you will be able to use this method for things that escape your memory completely. Now, turn the television on, and a hazy image of what you wish to remember begins to appear. At this point, you may have a spontaneous memory of what you wish to remember. If the memory does not become clear right away, wait a few moments in your relaxed state, and the memory, as manifested by the picture on the television, should clear. However, if it does not become clear in a few moments, begin to use the fine-tuning of the TV set. You may wish to change channels. All of these techniques are available to you to enable you to recollect what it is you wish to remember. As you spend the last few moments of this exercise fully experiencing this technique of developing supermemory, I am going to repeat some memory affirmations. When you hear the affirmations in your relaxed state, they will go directly to your subconscious mind, where they will begin to take hold and magnify and grow and eventually become your way of being. At another time, if you wish, you can listen to this part of the tape in your waking state. Write down the affirmations on index cards. Place them all around your house, your office, your automobile, and any other place that you frequently go to during the day. These reminders will reinforce the power of the affirmations you are about to hear. I enjoy meeting and interacting with people.
Archer!
I pay attention to people, what they are wearing, their names, what they say, how they say it.
Archer!
I enjoy learning new skills. I enjoy varying my routines from day to day. I enjoy challenge. I enjoy developing and learning new social and mental activities. I am attentive to those things I wish to remember. I find my memory improving every day. I use the cues learned on this tape every day. More and more, I use associations, particularly visual, to help train my memory. Begin to breathe deeply, bringing energy into your relaxed body with each breath.
Oh, he's a doctor.
Become aware of all parts of your body. Become aware of your clothing, the room around you, the time, the place. Even when you are completely in the here and now, you can retrieve the calm and the peaceful feelings. Now, add to this serenity the feelings of high energy, enthusiasm, and vigor. Simply open your eyes now. Listen to this exercise each and every day. Using these techniques, you will soon notice your memory significantly improving. Prevention hopes you've enjoyed Super Memory, another in a series of mind-body healing tapes.
Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. Give me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, you pen, you pen. I am awake, the serpent shakes. You pen. You pen, you pen, do as thou wilt, as a God can. You pen, you pen. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I
Oh shit, I should love that.
under neon skies where the starlight comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On its ways, it's alive, it's still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow.
Hello?
The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show.
Hello?
No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. The hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Soft rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my name. It lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. The body cries, its constant claim. But oh, to truly see nirvana waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. this body's war, this endless fight, but higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. Open, open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. You open. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, open, open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. I am no man. Do as thou wilt, as a God can.
I guess I became invisible tonight.
By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, that springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. Brilliance resilient, a in a fairy in the fall. I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, as well as the stars. Your arrows on string in the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, power I know. Secret communion of hearts lift unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit, it makes every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. Shadows dance, they break the light. Echoes hum, the stars ignite. I was yours, you were mine. A spell woven in the spine. I invoke it, I invoke through the ash, through the smoke, by the light, by the flame. Call your name, call your crimson skies, the hour bends, time unfolds, but never ends. Fingers trace the edge of fear. Your voice lingers, sharp and clear. Hold fall, hold faint. Through the fire, I paint. I'm faint, I'm through the ash, through the smoke, by the light, by the flame. Winds will howl, the earth will quake. A promise held, a vow won't break. Though I shout, though I choke, I rise, I rise. reach to draw a line and there's no line at all. Every time I name it, it slips right through my core. No distance now, no then and now. Definitions vanish, I let it all fall out. No edge, no start, just this open heart. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here. Emptiness here, emptiness there. Still the infinite universe stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. A single thought, 1,000 lives, stretching wide where time collides. Emptiness whispers, a silent sound. No up, no down, no edges found. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Infinitely small, infinitely wide. Where do I end? Where do I hide? Definitions crumble, they slip away. The truth is here, it doesn't sway. A thought that bends, a moment stays. No time, no space, no numbered days. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Beyond the stretch, beyond the fray. No more labels, no more names. Here and there, they are the same. The infinite places, endless escape. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not true, not one, nothing divine. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless space. sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Resting on they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go again. Let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality's bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air, but there's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. Whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go again. Let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise. A fleeting moment before it flies. No liking, no disliking here. Just illusions in the air. So clear. Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality is bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise, a fleeting moment before it flies. No liking, no disliking here, just illusions in the air, so clear. Shadows dance where the mind is tame. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain, what's the cost? In all this judgment we're just lost. Oh, lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fall back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain, what's the cost? In all this judgment we're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mask. Let the burdens fall, let the echo cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain, what's the cost? In all this judgment we're just lost. Shadows dance where the mind is tired. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Can we find peace? The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. The stone sits still, no need to grow. Rush like the wind, chasing the sky. Stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. Great waves, neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. Bring to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow long. The faster you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. its waters, no path to follow. A stone sits still, no need to grow. But we rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today. Cling to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow long. The faster you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today. The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows truth. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half formed, each one a circle where the void is born. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject. You are the thing. Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to tick its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. Forgets to tick its time. This world to no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it stop? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence, where we revolve, revolve. The finger sinks into the stream. The dream awakes from the dream. Nothing to cling to, nowhere to fall. No self, no shadow, no edge at all. The truth hides when no one looks. In empty rooms and shadow nooks, you chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mind essence slipping, slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken hearts. Dualities collide, collide. Let it slide, slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mind essence slipping, slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you'll finally be free. I see, I see infinity. shadows where no one looks. In empty rooms and shadowed nooks. You chase the light but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. I'm missing, slipping slow, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper crane. Fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken heart. Dualities collide. Let it slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mindless and slipping slow, let it go. Let it go, no black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you're finally free to see chasing shadows in the neon glow, lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum and sigh. I see its surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond the feeling, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, to find a road to be seen. The hollow world, it spins and bends, false beginnings, twisted ends, slave. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the root is to be seen. Ignorance and
It lives in Uranus.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. You tell
Crowds began to build. Residents angered by rumors of police being in the park shooting. Sure. These officers got money. So those youngsters that know how to react, they react. That's what they know. Officers at the intersection division in California called in support. But even the riot coveted reinforcements came under heavy rock throwing, and they had to pull out. The situation was soon out of control. Young men throwing rocks and then turning over police cars, setting them on fire. The police held their distance and let the disturbance clear itself in those early evening hours. Problems in this matter, the police tried to get back into the area, letting blocks and funds. Finally, a firestorm in all divisions washed along
shots were spent. Where's my money to the bar?
Not like the others.
Butterfly in the sky.
The respondent, Archer, 86.
Here is a sentence I never thought I would start a YouTube video off. Peter Thiel has built a secret society. We know the name of
It's not a faggot research.
Most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies.
I'm sorry, she's a what? A transgender. Butterfly in the sky. All about Jewish philosophy? Right. Oh, you're the supremacist. You're the Nazi. Got it. Okay. Where are you? Do you know anything about Jewish philosophy? What do you got?
Most University is one of the nation's outstanding experts in this area. By and large, I see two different systems. African Negro get hypertension. In Africa, and
Let me go back to the nation and the state. That was a generalized statement, and it's trying to make a point about electric power. Thank you for this attention to this matter. Go like button, share and subscribe. Come on. First of all, I think we really should. Parties thought elections didn't go up long to change their results. Because the state, this interesting. How are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you? I'm so excited. Okay. How are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you? I'm so excited. Okay. And I should do very well because I don't choke. And do you think that the country will see the United
Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't choke.
And do you think that the country will see the first the United States?
What?
Mr. Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage? Mr. Rivers, how are you? Mr. Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage? I'm sorry, she's a what? She's a what?
It's good when you put it in like different settings, you know, because
Mr. Rivers, how are you? You made... I'm sorry, she's a what? I'm sorry, she's a what? I'm sorry, she's a what?
she's a...
Miss Rivers, how are you? I'm sorry, she...
A transgender. We own that.
Oh my gosh.
Joan Rivers was a pioneering force in the world of comedy, renowned for her sharp wit, fearless humor, and unfiltered commentary on a wide range of topics from celebrity.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We own that.
Oh my gosh.
Joan Rivers was a pioneering force in the world of comedy, renowned for her sharp wit, fearless humor, and unfiltered commentary on a wide...
Miss Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding. what?
A transgender. We own them.
Oh my gosh.
Joan Rivers was a pioneering.
Miss Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news with officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't show it.
And do you think that the country will see
Butterfly in the sky.
Do you respond to attempted
Archer Avenue?
Welcome to the future. What I'm about to show you is for.
Why all the doctors in Europe have a landline?
Hi, everyone.
Butterfly in the sky.
Big Mike.
I can go twice as high.
Big Mike.
Zijn we komt veel basenis. Toen was me komt ze zijn is het een jaar door we gaan herzegay. Du bist das Sonnis. Herzegay du bist da Gas und da die Zehen bekommen. Warum wird mit der das war diplomatisch Weg. Ja, der Weg sei was mit dran wird. I don't care if you fall flat on your face and they have to scrape you off the concrete today.
It is a lie to distinguish.
That's right. Is he the problem?
All here, like millions, that were here. There was just the way that they did us and sort of pit us against each other. We have a unique experience here that we've gone through. So when these other where the boats went to the different islands and didn't come here, it's just a different experience for us. And I guess that's all I'll say. It's just
Assalamu alaikum, friends. I love you, Iran. My dear.
If you're a small content creator, if I have 200 views,
See, I love the diaspora, so like I want everybody. Like I like all voices, even like a voice like Anthony's or whatever. It's just like I feel like there's good in everything or bad, but it's like we can kind of work through it and like get to the best of breed. For everybody has something to contribute, and the way I see it, sound to say, I mean, but you know, it's just his perspective is definitely different or whatever, and it's just based on his experiences or whatever. Like I'm this American descendant slave, whatever you want to call it, but I mean, my people have been here or whatever. So as far as I can go back, like my people came over, however, through the transatlantic slave trade, and we've been here. So the people that built this country. So I'm not like a first generation where people came from the islands and I was born here, because if I did, then I'd have a different perspective. I have a lot of friends who are like that or whatever that I grew up with. Their perspective is different than my perspective because my grandmothers told me different things. I learned different things from my parents than they probably learned from theirs. So it is what it is. But we need, so Anthony's voice, it's not it's not like everything he says. I know he has some points that are just like off the chain, but I'm just saying there's merit in some of what he has to offer too. It's just the fact that you just have to sort of ferret through to find like the diamonds, and all the cacao.
But something like that's what caused controversy, because I guess if we're having a conversation like this and he brought in, we do, to me that's really, it's just dumb. It will cause more, division is what I guess I'm trying to say. Because why make a statement? Well, because there is no statistic, he can reproduce it, that if a black man has kids with a white woman, the white woman does better with the black kids than a black woman. That's an insult. That to me, it is a difference of opinion, but it's also like, man, that's some bullshit, because you don't have to, it's an insult. It's an insult.
But JD, I apologize because I just want to, because again, like, I want to forget the point when you get too far. So just on what you said, my counter to that would be like, but then if it's you, just what you just said right then or whatever, if he says something like that, or then you get a Quinn or you, and then you go back and be like, nah. And it's like, because people maybe, if he's saying it, somebody else in the room may be thinking it too, and just may not have the